I believe we are live. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 17th regular meeting of Newark Board of Education. Meeting is called to order at 6 p.m. Today, I want to begin the meeting by mourning the loss of a beloved member of our community, Vivian Larson. She was the vice principal of the Newark Middle School, the high school counselor at Newark Memorial High School. She founded several programs to help the most underserved students in our community, including Avo Zangdo. Later, she served as the trustee of Ohlone College Board for more than a decade. She was a fierce advocate for our students and a loyal servant to our community. She passed away peacefully a week ago. She will be immensely missed by the people in our community, and we send our deepest condolences to her family. With that, I will be requesting a moment of silence for the late high school counselor and trustee of Ohlone College Board, Vivian Larson. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to roll call, Ms. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Yes, President Zhang. We'll start with Member Nguyen.
Here.
Member Martinez.
Here.
Member Bengo. Member Hill.
Here.
And President Zhang.
Here.
All present.
Moving on to approval of agenda. May I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
Actually, I apologize.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, sorry.
And sorry to interrupt. Would you like me to proceed? Sorry, there's a correction that needs to be made on the agenda.
Okay.
We need there's an error, so we just need a removal of closed session item 3.5.
Okay. So remove the existing litigation one. Okay. Member Nguyen, can you make the modified motion?
Yes, I'd like to approve the agenda with the removal of item 3.5.
May I get a second?
Second?
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Before we go into closed session, are there any public comments, Ms. Gutierrez, for closed session items?
None at this time.
Okay, so in closed session, we'll be discussing 3.2, public employee discipline dismissal release. 3.3, conference with labor negotiator, employee organization, NTA and CSEA. 3.4, conference with labor negotiator, employee group NUMA, unrepresented supervisors, and contracted management. 3.6, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. 3.7, public employment superintendent. And we'll be back to open session around 7 p.m. We'll see you in a bit.
Where'd you go?
resort area and they can't
We have everybody back. Okay. So we're back to open session. First pledge of allegiance. Ms. Gutierrez, can you bring up the flag? Everybody else, please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance,
Pledge allegiance
to the flag,
to the flag
of the United
United
States of America
of America
and to the
to the
republic
republic
for which
for
it
which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and
liberty,
justice for
justice
justice
all.
for all.
for all.
Thank you. Next, report of closed session actions. There is no reportable action taken in closed session. Student report from junior high school, McGregor, and Memorial High School. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun, and good evening to board members, staff, and community. Welcome to our board meeting for this evening. We're delighted to have a student representative from the McGregor campus come. She was unable to give a report at the last meeting, and so she's going to be here to report tonight on the closing of the school year.
And I do apologize, President Zhang and Superintendent. She's currently not logged in. If she does, if she is able to join, there could have been some other issue, but if she's able to join, I will let you know. Unfortunately, she's not. She's currently not logged in.
What about other members?
This
This is the only
report,
member, right?
This report was only for
Okay,
our
yeah,
alternative campus.
Yeah, the one we missed. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Now we'll temporarily moving on to recognition and celebrations, introduction of new administrators. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. So we are delighted to be able to formally welcome two new administrators to their positions. One of them is someone who that you all know well and has been in a principal position in these past years, and prior to that as teaching position. And the other one is new to our community. And both of these individuals, the board already ratified their appointments earlier in the year, but given this is our last meeting of this school year, we thought it would be really wonderful to formally welcome them, invite them to come, and to have them say a little bit. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ingham Waters, who's going to introduce both of these fantastic leaders.
Good evening. I am very excited to welcome to the Newark community, Ms. Jin Kim. Ms. Jin Kim is joining the Newark Unified School District with great excitement. Currently residing in Fremont and growing up in the Newark area, she is looking forward to serving the Newark community. Ms. Kim has served 10 years as a teacher and assistant principal in Title I schools in the Hayward and Alameda area. Her work is guided by a commitment to social emotional learning with culturally responsive teaching, equitable opportunities for families to have access to school information, and passion for EL students and families. Ms. Kim has a strong background in programs that support English language development, inclusive practices, and serving diverse communities. She received her bachelor's in history and English from UC Santa Barbara, a master's in education from UC Davis, and a master's in educational leadership from UC Berkeley. Ms. Kim is looking forward to meeting everyone at Newark Junior High School and establishing new relationships with the NUSD community. She is ready to serve Newark and looking forward to this new partnership. So at this time, if Ms. Kim would like to say hello to the Newark community, she is certainly welcome to do that.
Thank you, Superintendent Triplett, and thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters. Good evening, board members in Newark Unified School District. I am beyond thrilled to join you all tonight and the Newark community. I am definitely looking forward to planning with Principal Krishna on how we could make Newark Junior High School the best place to be every day. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to Newark.
Now I would like to offer congratulations to Jessica Tomasini. Ms. Tomasini and her husband live in the Coyote Hills neighborhood and have 2 children, an incoming 2nd grader and an incoming 4th grader, who are current Snow students that will be attending Coyote Hills in the fall. This year was Jet's 2nd year as Snow's principal. She officially began as an NUSD employee 15 years ago as a 6th grade teacher at Graham Elementary. However, prior to that, she was a student teacher as well as a long-term substitute at Snow Elementary. During her 13 years as an NUSD teacher, she spent 3 years at Graham and 10 at Snow. She spent 5 years as a classroom teacher, mainly teaching 2nd grade, and 8 years as Snow's intervention teacher, as well as Snow's EL liaison. As a teacher leader, she served as the district training for the CELT and LPAC tests for 6 years. And during the 18-19 school year, she was one of 3 NUSD intervention teachers who worked with our Director of Special Projects to rewrite our district's EL master plan. She values collaboration and the opportunity to support all students, especially those who are most at risk. She is excited for the opportunity to be back on the Graham campus and looks forward to the opportunity to work with all in the Coyote Hills community. Jet, congratulations, and you're welcome to say hello to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters, and good evening, members of the board. I just want to say how grateful I am for this opportunity, having had the opportunity to work at both Snow and Graham so far in my career here in Newark. It's my honor to have the opportunity to serve as the first principal of Coyote Hills Elementary. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to continuing to support both communities as we come together and just continuing to build relationships with staff, students, and parents from the whole community. So thank you for this opportunity.
Congratulations, welcome. Thank you, Ms. Ingham Waters. Moving on to employee organizations. Ms. Gutierrez, could we bring in the speakers?
Yes, for this item, we have a speaker from Newman, and the representative is Ms. Amanda Gulliver. Just 1 second. Okay, she's coming on.
Good evening, everyone. So good evening, President Zhang, members of the board, Superintendent Triplett, and members of Executive Cabinet. I have had the honor of serving our NUMA team members this last year, first as Vice President and then as President when Executive Director Ingham Waters took on her new role in the district. I've had the privilege to work with CSEA, NTA, and our Executive Cabinet to address the needs and concerns of our members in our district. In each case, we came together to collaborate and find a solution to whatever the situation was, always with the mindset that together we can move our district forward in supporting our students. Tonight, I come to the board with a concern and hope that this pattern of cooperation and problem solving continues. At the last board meeting, comments were made during the discussion of affinity groups that were alarming to those watching the meeting. One of the many things that makes NUSD a place we want to work and our families want to send their children is the diversity of our community. The differences we have do not divide us, but make us stronger. We want the board and our community to know we stand in support of our students in celebrating, learning, and growing in their shared experiences. Whether that is cultural or ethnic heritage, racial makeup, ability, origin, family makeup, or the myriad of other commonalities. We would like to continue to work together with the other labor groups, our executive cabinet, and the board to celebrate the strengths of our differences. Please be mindful of the important role each and every one of you have in how your messages are delivered. We want to continue to empower our future leaders and celebrate their diversity. NUSD is truly remarkable, and we all are grateful to be here. Because of our size, it's usually our deficits that are highlighted because we don't have the multitude of layers larger districts have to hide them. So let us work together to highlight our many areas of strength, starting with the strength of diversity. Let us work together to shine light on what makes our district a place people want to work and families want to send their children, our students. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That is all the organizations for today.
Public comment on non-agenda item. Ms. Gutierrez, could you bring in the speaker?
Yes, thank you. We do have one speaker for this item, and the speaker is Mr. Eric Tam. And you may begin.
Hey, hi board, Dr. Triplett and staff. I wanted to first thank the parents from 2 weeks ago. One parent reminded us all to remain positive in our comments, which I will focus on in my future comments. And another set of parents said that the vocal minority does not represent the community. To them, I say thank you. I encourage them to continue to join us in public commenting and voice their opinions to resolutions. I also invite them to post their perspective in our parent group. It is open to all, and I personally appreciate their views so that we do not become an echo chamber. Second, thank you to the district and the schools who did not charge fees for returning the Chromebooks from the few parents we talked with. Thank you for not using the policy that was sent out to the parents. Lastly, board, I wanted to share a story about my experience with the CPRA process with NUSD. This week, when you released the agenda for tonight's meeting, I was scanning through and I was surprised about items in 1310. Specifically, there in detachments was the Alpha Air and Cypress Engineering contracts and invoices. Do you know why I was surprised? 2 weeks ago, I referenced that there was one request that was outstanding for 40 odd days, which was asking for this exact same contract and invoice for air testing, including the final results report. Board, I would like to ask for your help. As a community member, the California Public Records Act enables citizens to keep public agencies accountable. When 49 days have passed, Ms. Gutierrez, I made sure to subtract the days that you were waiting for me. I waited patiently for the information, and then the information pops up publicly in the board agenda instead of getting an update in the CPRA thread. It makes me feel that either NUSD has broken internal processes and teams not talking to each other, or it can create a negative perception that NUSD is purposely trying to ghost my request. Similar to last time's comment, board, can you help us as the parents, please? From my research, there is no enforcement clause in the California Public Records Act. The Office of the State Attorney General actually recommends private citizens to bring lawsuits in order to enforce them. I would like to avoid that. And I am going on public record asking for the board for the help. Please invest in better processes, tools, infrastructure, or all of the above. This documented example shows that these two PDF files existed and were hopefully not unduly burdensome so that a parent had to wait 49 plus days and yet not have the CPRA fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tam. I believe that's it, right, for public comment. Moving on to Superintendent report, Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President John. So 1 second while I put up the deck. Let's see here. So this evening's superintendent report is going to be strictly regarding the California Public Records Act, the CPRA requests. And this is really coming from board request, I believe, last board meeting to hear and understand more about the CPRAs, the California Public Records Act, and all that it entails. So we're coming forth tonight to speak a little bit about it, give more details about it, and explain a little bit of the challenges that we face in trying to make sure that we're fulfilling all of these public records acts. So I'll be presenting, and then I also am going to ask Executive Assistant Ms. Gutierrez to also do some of the presentation on certain aspects. So just, I think it's important that we all stay grounded in the mission and vision of our district, and that is to inspire and educate all students to achieve their full potential and be responsible, respectful, and productive citizens. And our vision is that we will, in partnership with the community, will be a model of world-class education that develops the unique abilities of every student. So I bring this up just because given how we are understaffed, and we do really try to make an effort first and foremost to be serving our mission of the district, and that is to be serving our students and their families. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gutierrez, who will talk a little bit about the Public Records Act law and what's required, and then I will talk more about some of the this past year and the records requests that we've gotten and the challenges that we've faced during the pandemic in terms of really trying to make sure we do everything we can to comply with the requests. Ms. Gutierrez?
Dr. Triplett, yes, I'll start, as mentioned, with the letter of the law. So it's important to take note that when records are being requested, what can be provided is identifiable records, which in this case are defined as writings containing information relating to the conduct of the public business, prepared, owned, used, or retained by the agency. So in this case, to summarize that, it means that records that are already created or already exist within the possession of the district. This is not to say that we go and create new records. So if somebody were to request an item that we don't typically use within the regular conduct of business, then the CPRA does not require that the organization go and create these documents. It is specifically for records and documents that are already created during the conduct of business. The other item here is that when a record is requested, there is a timeline for it, and there is a 10-day requirement to reply to the requester regarding the determination of the availability of the records. So in this case, it is a response is required within 10 days to say whether yes, the documents do exist, we are in possession, or a determination that the records do not exist. There are reasons to extend this 10-day request, and usually that comes if the record is too large, too voluminous, requires additional time. Records need to be searched in other places that are not within the near vicinity. So, but the typical and most common time restraint with this is that the record needs to be provided within 10 days. Sorry, let me correct myself. The determination needs to be sent to the requester within 10 days. And then once the determination is determined and sent to the requester, then the staff does the research in order to be able to provide those records. And finally, the law does allow for public record of these records, which means when a record is requested, we can store that information and the record itself in an item such as our website, so we can have a record of what's being requested. The reasons for this is also that it becomes easier when a particular item's already been requested, then we can just reference them back to the same prior record request. And I'm going to talk about the process that currently is followed here at Newark Unified. So a typical CPRA request will get sent in by email. Usually it gets submitted to myself and Dr. Triplett. I receive the request and I then go over this request with Dr. Triplett, or depending on the request, sometimes I would have to get clarity or additional information from our legal team. From then, after having the discussion with Dr. Triplett, he then will provide guidance as to say who is a staff member that's going to be assigned to retrieve these records. Once I have that clarity, I then go speak to that staff member, and I review the request with them. So I let them know, we go over the details of the request and find out whether the records are available, to find out the determination. So to find out whether the records are available, and if so, then the staff member then engages with their team in order to be able to acquire and retain those records. Once that staff member and their team have been able to locate the records, they are then compiled and sent to me. I have to review those records for confidentiality matters, make sure that we do not release any confidential information, make sure that we redact any of that. And sometimes in that aspect, we also need to confer with legal, because there are items that we just need to make sure that we do get clarity from the legal team to ensure that we are following the law and are providing all the safety measures, especially regarding the confidentiality of information. And finally, there's a response that goes out. So the response, along with, if the records are available, a response along with the records that goes out to the requester. Depending on the type of request, this can also get reviewed by the legal team, or get clarity in regards to the type of response, or just additional help. So, and at that point, the final response and the documents would typically be posted in the public view or on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. So as Ms. Gutierrez said, there's, as you can see, there's a laborious process that we really need to treat very seriously for each individual request. And there's multiple reasons for that. Ms. Gutierrez mentioned the confidentiality and the safety of our students and staff confidential information. We know from prior history that there is the risk of inappropriate information, confidential information, personnel information being released. And so that's why we take those extra steps to review with legal to make sure that we are not violating anybody's confidentiality, personal information, etc. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to go quickly through these. The community and board will have these to look at further and with more detail. But I wanted to just take you through since September the requests that we've had and approximate times that is required to respond to each of these requests. So you can see this is in September. Then in October, we started to get more requests, and some of them more intensive in terms of the time and energy required to fulfill them. These are still in October, and you can see it started to increase. And like I said, you can see some of these requests taking up to 6 hours of staff time to really dig into, find the information. The other issue is sometimes the requests are made and it's not very clear exactly what's being requested. And so in order to try to really unpack what's being requested, there's some back and forth with the requester to make sure. Sometimes information is given to the requester and then the requester says, that's not what I was looking for, I wanted something else. And so that always takes a great deal of time. You can see in November, these are the requests that came in, continuing in November, and then and we had a little bit of a break during the holiday season, but in January they dramatically increased, and you can see just in quick scan of the text, the volume of each request also increased. These are in February. And then we started to get multiple requests from a small handful of individuals. And so that also made it something that we're trying hard to fulfill all the requests, but when they starting to come in rapid fire. it obviously makes it more challenging. This is in March. And then you see in April is when the requests got even larger. For example, this request in April, over 10 hours to try to fulfill this request. And then additional requests all coming in on the same day, all requiring extensive amount of time. And then this continues to be in April, more in April. And then in May, these are the requests that we received. And then you see again, many requests coming in from a handful of individuals in May. So this is sort of a tracker of all of the requests that have been made throughout the year since September through May. And you can see that while there's not that many individuals who are making requests, there are many that are making multiple requests every month, and that you can see the extensive amount of hours that it's taking. Unfortunately, as Ms. Gutierrez showed earlier, it's not just the time of one person, because it requires connecting with legal. It requires then connecting with different departments, collecting back up the information, reconnecting with legal, and the like. Ms. Gutierrez, were you going to speak a little bit about this staff that are often involved in these requests?
Yes, for this item, we just wanted to provide a sample of the team effort that comes into play when it comes to items such as if contracts were requested, invoices or purchase orders, things along that line. The staff member that they usually would be assigned would be our CBO. And the CBO usually would have to get additional help from her team, which would then include the admin assistant, director of fiscal services. And really just depending on the request, it could be numerous other people from within that team. Things such as a master schedule, enrollment or student records would usually take into consideration the help of the assistant superintendent. And then again, depending on the record requested, it could include the principal, assistant principal, IT, coordinator of people services, the student development tech. And in situations such as this, such as the master schedule, it does require assistant superintendent, the principal, assistant principal, and the IT team. So it is again, depending on the record that is being requested, it is a large group of team members that do come together in order to provide this record. And the other example that's provided there, things such as compensation and employee lists, those would go to the HR department, and in there we would get help from the executive director of HR services, human resources, the admin assistant from that department, as well as the HR managers. So it's a record usually, any record usually requires more than one person, and it's a team effort in order to provide that record.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Just wanted to conclude with, this is just a report out to you, the board. You wanted more information about this. One thing that we could do is we could have a study session when we return in August for the board to be able to sort of discuss this and what are some ways that become more aware of the financial implications of these requests, the challenges, and discuss some further steps we could take. But we also wanted to share some of our next steps. So what we're hoping to do is to begin posting, in terms of transparency and access to the public, we want to begin to post on the website a log of the requests and the responses, so that if another person has a similar or same request, they can just access it online and not need to actually make a request themselves. And then we'd like to report out to the board every month, just the number of requests coming in, just so that the board is aware of the workload. Because as you can imagine, and as you saw in the chart of the months, we're tending to get dramatic amount of increase in requests, particularly around the busiest times of the year. So right when we were reopening schools, and in April, we suddenly got a flood of requests from 2 or 3 individuals. And so we're trying to we're trying to fulfill our mission and vision, but also recognize that we need to comply with the law. And so we very much want to be filling all of these requests as fast as possible, while also making sure that we're keeping our eye on what we're here to do, which is first and foremost to serve students. And that is the superintendent report for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent. I guess at the end of last board meeting, I actually requested this item. So I'm glad that you brought this up during your report. And obviously, that when I brought up this item, I want to have more comprehensive, more thorough view on these things. So I'm glad after the recess in July, we'll have a board study session on this. And obviously, I think posting a lot of information on the website is a very efficient way of dealing with this. And we'll see the financial implication of this. Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Triplett and Ms. Gutierrez for the overview. It's very helpful. So I would echo President Zhang's sentiment that, I think this would be a really good topic for a study session. And one kind of, I guess, thought, to maybe, tee it up in advance is, so as a former supply chain professional, having done a lot of consulting projects in the procurement space, a lot of this stuff can be automated. And from my understanding, public contracts are open for public inspection. And there's a lot of companies that have created contracts databases. And so it may make sense for us to maybe explore an initiative where we set up, get an outside vendor to help us set up a contracts database. And whenever a contract is created, that it gets put in the database for public inspection, and then it's a self-serve type of issue. If that becomes more complicated because maybe we have more antiquated purchasing systems, there's always an interface that can be written or a report out that could be written. And so I think that there's a lot of ways that we could potentially provide the information that people are needing, because as I look through your list that you were going through, a lot of them seem to be contract related. And again, those are theoretically open for public inspection. So it sounds like there's just a technology issue that's maybe preventing that. And then, I would say that for maybe some other things, like, for example, the master schedule, if we're able to categorize now and see that there are certain types of requests that are coming in, again, it's pretty easy to hire, essentially developers to come in and write a program that automatically generates those reports on an ongoing basis, rather than for people within your group to have to do, one-off creation, multiple times for the same thing. So those are things I think we ought to just, keep into consideration as we move into this study session. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. Yeah, and the contracts, those are all public documents that are approved by the board. So those are all readily available to the public. Sometimes what we've been now starting to try to just direct public requests to where they already are available on board docs, because, like you're saying, for contracts, it's something that's already there, and we're already publishing those. Some of the difficult requests are the ones that are much broader and just cast a really, really wide net, including all emails, all notes, all this and all that for a given topic. And that's when it starts to get really challenging, because of the degree to which staff has to really go through and take hours of time to pull all the information, and then have to review it all for confidentiality reasons.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Thank you for your report. Moving on to staff report, Coyote Hills Elementary Design Team presentation, Superintendent Triplett.
Oops, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, President John. And Ms. Gutierrez, I think we have some staff who are going to be coming in for this.
That is correct. I'll move them over right now. Joining us for this presentation, I'll let you introduce them.
Okay. So yes, we have the Director of Teaching and Learning, Mr. Dolowich. You saw her earlier, the wonderful new principal of Coyote Hills, Ms. Tomasini. And then we also have our the facilitator of the design team process that we went through, Ms. Jeanette Hernandez, who's also here. So this group's going to share out from the design team work, the work that occurred this year, this whole spring. This design team did amazing things. We talked a little bit about it, I believe, last time. Did amazing things, putting together plans for the upcoming school year for the merged school and how to merge the school together. This is different than a site plan or SPSA, so it doesn't actually require board approval, but we thought it'd be really important, and we know the board is really interested in hearing the work that's been going on of this merger team, and to learn a little bit about that work and the results. So I'm going to turn it over without further ado to this design team reps.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett, and good evening again, members of the board. I'm, as Dr. Triplett said, I'm here with our outside facilitator, Jeanette Hernandez, as well as our Director of Teaching and Learning, Ariel Dolowich. And we're going to be presenting an overview of our final design team plan, which hopefully you've all had a chance to review. Our team started meeting back in January, and we concluded our work last Thursday. I do want to stress that our final plan is a living document, and it will continue to be refined as we go through the new school year. Our design team was made up of equal representation from both Graham and Snow. From each site, we had 3 classified staff members, three certificated staff members, 1 classified staff member, and 3 parents. Again, we also have our facilitator, Jeanette Hernandez, as well as administrators supporting the process. And we really focused on building trust across our communities, while also laying the groundwork that will help us to start our new school in the 21-22 school year. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Hernandez.
Board of Trustees, Superintendent, community members. So as a design facilitator, I had the privilege to work with the Newark community of parents, teachers, and district office staff over the last 5 months. I just want to say it was an incredible experience, and I just feel really privileged that I was able to partner and get to know the parents, the teachers, the principals, and partner with the district staff. So I'm going to provide a brief overview of our accomplishments. So the products that came as a result of the design team were due to their dedication and diligence to creating a new school community. But I just want to talk about the unwavering commitment by all the members as evidenced by near perfect attendance. A few of the parents that were not able to attend from home, they actually joined from Zoom on the soccer field or the baseball field. So it was incredible. And what I really want to emphasize is the relational and the immeasurable work that we accomplished together. One is we had a space for collaboration to come together in a gracious space to discuss hard issues. 2 is we had an opportunity to start building relationship across site and create trust among the members. And that was really important because we had to make some really hard decisions. And 3 was the ability to come to consensus as a group. And that was just evidence that we voted, the design team actually voted unanimously on a school name. So just really proud of the work that we did as a team. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Ariel.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, and good evening, members of the board. As a core component of the design team, 4 working groups with equal representation from both Graham and Snow were formed. And those 4 working groups centered on the following topics: vision and values, culture and climate, instructional framework and design, and family engagement. And each work group developed a working document that was presented to the design team for input and consensus. And ultimately, the product from each of the working groups is what comprises the 41-page final plan for the design team to be utilized and also updated by the Coyote Hills staff. As we know, it's a living document, as mentioned previously, and also by Principal Tomasini. If we look a little specifically at each of the 3 working groups, that we focused on at the start. Vision and values identified 4 core values for promoting students, and the instructional group, which I'll speak to momentarily, also align those values with skills for students that attend Coyote Hills and that ultimately promote. The 4 core values that serve as the basis for Coyote Hills Elementary and the students are equity, empathy, problem solving, and perseverance. And in addition to the core values, the Vision and Values Work Group created a draft of a vision statement that was then brought to the design team. And the final product of the vision statement, after the design team was able to provide input, reads as follows. The vision of our school is to empower students to be lifelong, empathetic learners, problem solvers, equity warriors, critical thinkers, and to persevere in a global world.
And en español, la visión de la escuela es apoderar estudiantes a ser empático para toda la vida, resolvedor de problemas, guerreros de equidad, pensadores críticos y perseverar en un mundo global. And next, I will give you a little overview of our culture and climate work group. Our culture and climate group identified 5 key focus areas that we want to make sure we focus on as we build and promote a positive learning community next school year. We identified some of the opportunities we want our students and school community to have, as well as some of the specific activities that we started to calendar for events that we'd like to do next year. So we looked at social emotional learning, relationship building, student leadership opportunities and clubs, events, activities, and celebrations that we'd like to have throughout the school year, and communication between across the school community. So between staff members, between students, students to staff members, as well as with our parent community and other stakeholders. And then as I shared, so once we identified some of the opportunities and activities that we wanted each of those different focus areas to promote, then we also began to put those on a calendar that will continue to be added to and edited next school year.
And finally, the instructional framework and design group, which I had the opportunity to co-lead. And one thing I would say, not only about this group, but about all the groups, was the emphasis placed on process and voice from both school communities, which included, as mentioned before, parents, both certificated and classified staff, and really place an emphasis on honoring what was in place respectively at Graham and Snow. And so to that end, we started by focusing on the top 5 assets of each school community. We conducted a broad analysis, and we tried to draw correlations around what common threads could be kept for Coyote Hills Elementary. We then identified essential district curriculum and what was site specific. In other words, what is being supplemented at each of the respective sites. And interestingly enough, there was overlap from both Graham and Snow, but also unique curriculum that staff felt strongly about keeping. And so that blend and that result is ultimately the product of the instructional framework as we went from broad to specific. And finally, using the values from the Vision and Values group that we started with, aligning them with the skills that we want our 5th grade students the year after next to promote with. And so the skills as well as the values are essential features for the new Coyote Hills staff to unpack. And finally, just to reinforce that, again, this is a living document. It can be a lot of information, 41 pages, but at the same time, really hones in on essential aspects of those 3 working groups and allows the staff to then make informed decisions about what best meets the students' needs that make up Coyote Hills, which is ultimately the point, is to contextualize it and make it genuine for the Coyote Hills staff that comes together.
And our family engagement group focused on creating a culture of caring and love. We recognize how important it is to listen to our parents and the community And so this group looked at ways to engage with our parents, create opportunities for parent education, as well as creating partnerships with our families in order to include them in their students or in their child's learning experience. And for our final design team meeting last week, we had the opportunity to meet together for the first time in person. And so we chose Coyote Hills as our meeting location. And so we got to share sparkling apple cider toast. We had the opportunity to explore the resources that Coyote Hills has to offer to our community and our students. And we had opportunities for reflection and just continuing to build community together. And so I do want to thank all of our design team members again for all of their hard work and dedication towards this process. It's been a long 6 months, and it's just been such an amazing opportunity to be a part of this work as we grow our community. And so on behalf of the design team and as the first principal of Coyote Hills, I just want to say how excited I am for the upcoming school year and for the opportunity to continue this great work. And so we recognize that this work does not end with this design team work ending. Members of our team will serve as ambassadors of this work moving forward, and will just be great resources as we continue to work together and start out the new school year. So thank you.
Thanks, Principal Thomasini. Do you want to explain the Coyote?
You'll see that, yes, some of us have adopted just showing the coyote symbol. If you've ever gone to the Oakland Zoo or seen it at other places, they've got their quiet coyote sign. And so with Coyote Hills being our name, that's the symbol that some of us are holding up in that picture.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any comments from the rest of the board? Member Martinez?
Member Wynn was first. Let's see.
Okay, Member Wynn?
Okay, thank you, Member Martinez. First and foremost, I just would like to thank the entire design team for putting long hours and tremendous effort in coming up with a plan for the coming school year. So that was very much appreciated. I know how hard the work was, and you guys all succeeded, and I just wanted to say thank you. And then I do have 2 questions in regards to the documentation itself. On here, there was listed that there was 5 top assets from, I'm assuming that from Graham 5 and from Snow 5, but I do see top themes, but the actual top 5 assets were not identified. I may have missed that, so if you can clarify that. And then also, was there a top 5 that was determined that would be carried over from, I'm sorry, the 5 or the assets or the top themes, were there 5 specific ones that that would be being brought forward or moved forward to next year to start off the next year? And then the second question I have is, under section 3 merger curriculum, it says what exists at each site. So we do see that it's laid out. And then the second question is, what will we commit to as a school community? Has that been determined yet? Or I know that it has been identified here on the charts, but has that been determined as to what is going to be, what will Coyote Hills Elementary commit to in terms of the curriculum? So those were my 2 questions.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. I think they both pertain to me, and I'll also turn it over to anyone else that wants to contribute afterwards. To answer your second question first, so the merger curriculum, The school will continue with district adopted curriculum. So for instance, for mathematics, Big Ideas Math and Lucy Calkins for reading. There are supplemental curriculums that they were using at each respective site that the instructional team recommended, but that ultimately will be determined at the site level by the school site council in terms of using site funds to support that supplemental curriculum. But all of the district adopted curriculum will be used at all of the elementary sites next year. The top 5 assets, there are themes, as you mentioned, and there's also a T chart in there, and I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know the exact page number with the top 5 assets. First, it lists snow, and then it lists grams on consecutive pages. I could follow up with the exact page numbers. And ultimately, we use that with various activities. We did a brainstorm, and then we also ended up doing a final activity where we drilled down in terms of what that would look like for a classroom teacher in the room, in terms of what instructional model they would use, what engagement strategy, and ultimately what skills they want the students to learn. That's a long answer to say the ultimate product wasn't a top 5 at Coyote Hills. We just used the top 5 assets from both Graham and Snow as a starting point, but we didn't identify a top 5 for Coyote Hills.
And then I'll just add, so the page number for the top 5 assets is page 25 on the document. There's a link to each school's respective top 5 assets that were identified. And then was just going to add that the assets and themes were considered as we did our planning for our school site funding for next year for our site plan. So just as one example, both sites stressed that they felt that it's important for our school community to have access to an intervention teacher. And we were, just as one example, we were able to keep both Snow and Graham's intervention teachers so that next school year, Coyote Hills will have 2 intervention teachers. So we looked at the assets and themes as guiding work for our school site plan for next year.
Okay. So just to clarify, I did click on the link, but it just gave me the same top themes. And although I do see a couple of them are highlighted in blue, so are those the top 5 for the school?
Right. So so those documents then was all of the work, and then the themes that are identified there, that was pulled from those documents. The yellow highlighted pieces are the ones that stood out the most or had the most support from our ELAC teams and school site council members.
Okay, thank you.
Member Martinez.
Thank you, President Jean. So thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to say that this has been a long road, and we gave you all a very difficult task. And it's obviously not just the folks here on the screen, but it was a very large team. And I just really wanted to recognize the fact that, again, this was not going to be easy. And we've seen it, right? We've seen both school communities experience a sense of loss. They may be different, but there was a sense of loss. And I was really encouraged with that last picture that you all showed, where it's you're coming together to accept and to promote your new identity. And again, I think that the kids will take our lead as families, as parents. And again, we saw that with Bunker and Milani and Birch Grove. And hopefully you have the same success that we've seen in that community where kids are thriving and there was immediate acceptance of their new identity and they were very proud to show it off. So, I would recommend and encourage any activities that we can do to really start to, T-shirts, whatever it is, to make sure that folks, really see that, hey, we're in this together and we're going to make it work. So thank you so much for all the hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Member Hill.
Yeah, I just want to echo Member Nguyen's and Member Martinez's comments. So, great job, great presentation. And And I can see that you guys did a lot of work and tried to involve a lot of stakeholders, which is great. And definitely, came together as a group. I mean, so that's wonderful. The only encouragement I would give you, I think many of you know that I'm kind of a metrics guy, and so I think you have done good work in terms of beginning to define success. I think where it starts to get more challenging with any effort is how do we then convert that into a metric, a measurement, and then how do we track that, and then what are sort of the the bands or kind of the trigger points to say, yeah, we're definitely doing great, or no, we've got challenges, we need to make some course corrections. And so as you continue this process, and maybe this is in the body of your document, and maybe you just haven't discussed it in detail and I haven't had a chance to look through the details, but if you can just continue to really push to say, okay, how do we really define success? How do we measure it? How do we track it? How do we identify when we are achieving it or when we need to make course corrections? I think you'll be on the road to greatness. So thank you.
Member Grindel.
Yes, thank you. I really just want to thank everyone for all the hard work and for the focus on creating a consensus and building a strong team. So I just want to compliment you on the work that you've done and to thank you.
Again, thank you everyone for the hard work. It's a very difficult job. Like I said, both community experience a sense of loss, but I'm glad that we can come together and be ready and be prepared for the better future. Okay, moving on to old business. 12.1 LCAP membership roster, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President John. So this is, I believe we may have Ms. Cervantes Folk coming in, who can also speak to this if necessary. But essentially, there was a change in a couple of members of the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee during the year. And so, as you recall, the board approved the roster. I believe it was sometime in the middle of the year, and after that, a few members had to leave, and new members were selected from the school sites following the regular selection process. And so we're just bringing that back to close the loop on that and have that approved by the board. In addition, we did want to bring forth this idea of, if the board is okay with it, that the board gives the district permission to make changes to the roster and to be able to publish the roster during the year if there are changes to the members, without having to bring it all the way back to the board for a new ratification. But that's of course up to the discretion of the board.
Questions from the board? Member Hill?
I can understand, Dr. Triplett, your desire to not have to constantly be update or having a list of members ratified whenever there are changes that could become very cumbersome. The only maybe comment or request that I would have is that as there are changes, if there's a vehicle for communicating that to the board, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Martinez?
Yes, sorry. Along with Member Hill, again, I agree that as long as there's a way of communicating. So I was just going to ask if I believe this information is posted on our website, right? It's because of just on the LCAP tab. So to the extent that that's where you would update and everybody knew that's where they need to go look, I think that's fine.
Yes, that's correct. It is published, and that was sort of part of our issue, is that we published it, and then with the changes, then it was outdated and not accurate. So yeah, we would continue to publish them, and it would also give us. We didn't want to publish something that then hadn't been changes that hadn't been approved by the board. So that would enable us to publish it in a more expeditious manner.
So I want to weigh in on this. I think we have a tradition, a history of approving these things. I can make a compromise to bring this in as a consent calendar, but I still think the board should retain the authority to vote on the roster change. That's my opinion. We can do it via consent calendar, but yeah, I think we should still vote on this. Other board members? Seeing none, anybody ready to make a motion?
I move to approve the LCAP membership roster as presented.
I'll second it. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Rosters are being updated.
Thank you, President Chen. And if I may, could I just make sure I'm clear, because I want us to be sure that we're following the right direction from the board. Should we, does this mean that we can publish the roster, a corrected roster without the board approval, or does it mean that we do need to bring back any changes in the roster for consent approval?
Yeah, I mean, my preference is consent, but I don't want to hear the rest of the board.
I don't believe that the board needs to see this even on consent.
So I guess we got 3 members, Member Hill, Member Martinez, and Member Grundel that just stated that the board doesn't need to see this. So I guess that's the opinion. I mean, if that's the case, then I guess just get an email from the superintendent when there's a roster change. Then I guess we don't need to see it in our meeting.
Okay, thank you for that direction. And we will post the roster, any roster changes as we've been doing on the website.
Okay. Moving on to new business 13.1 resolution 2020.21-039 LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Chen. I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Superintendent Pierce Davis in a moment, but I will say I think it's timely that this is coming up during Pride Month, and also this is in response to Member Martinez bringing this up as in a prior board meeting as a request for us to attend to. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Ms. Pierce Davis.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I had a student with me that was going to participate in presenting today, but unfortunately he was unable to make it. But I do want to honor the fact that this resolution really was brought from Member Martinez, but really taken up by our students who provided feedback as well as direction. This resolution also is really a county-wide effort at this time. So I want to recognize that together Castro Valley Pride, Livermore Pride, and Oakland Pride are working with Alameda County districts to adopt these resolutions to recognize the month of June as Pride Month. Some districts that are included in this are Alameda, County Office of Education, Castro Valley Unified, Hayward Unified, San Lorenzo Unified, New Haven Unified, Pleasanton Unified, Piedmont Unified, Dublin Unified, Berkeley Unified, Berkeley, Albany, San Leandro, Sunol, Glen, all anticipated at some point putting together something in June. I believe they all have, but I need to double check, as well as Alameda Unified School District. So without further ado, we do have the resolution. We are excited to present it tonight, but obviously there is action that needs to be taken by the board first.
Member Hill.
Yeah, so I want to thank Ms. Nicole Pierce for looking at this and your efforts. But as we discussed in a prior board meeting when we had the AAPI resolution, I think so. Let me preface this by saying my comments have nothing to do with the LGBTQ community. I have many friends and deep relationships in the community. And so my comments here are not a reflection on this topic at all, or on celebrating June as LGBTQ month. The larger issue that I have is I think that we the district is misusing the resolution process. And I expressed this concern in at the last time with the AAPI, and there were other community members that had spoken out about that, Ms. Delight Evans. And I think that the challenge is that we shouldn't be having the district formulate unilaterally resolutions, most importantly without broad community input, but also without, essentially the board being involved in deliberating and discussing as well. And as I think Ms. Delight Evans shared in the last meeting, she felt that she hadn't been given an opportunity and the community hadn't been given an opportunity to comment on the Black Lives Matter resolution. She also commented on an inability to participate in the AAPI resolution. And I think that the challenge is that there's oftentimes language in there that is not broadly agreed to. And some of you may know, some of you may not know that my wife is actually a proud Japanese first generation immigrant. And she actually disagreed with a lot of the language that was in the AAPI resolution. And I think that there is some differences of opinion about the language that is in this current resolution. And I know for a fact that not everybody in the LGBTQ community would agree with all the language. And so I really think that we need to take a step back and figure out how we can start to have board officially saying, yep, this is something we want to explore, creating a process for broad community involvement and for putting language together and and then ultimately having that come and brought back. And so that's at a large, I guess a generic viewpoint. The other thing that I'm a little bit challenged by, and again, I want to make sure that I'm using my words very carefully here. So we have a lot of things that are going on in our district. And we, the board, have, every year articulate for the most part what the priorities are through essentially the objectives that we establish for the superintendent. And this document is publicly available. Everybody knows about it, right? And I think that we need to really be hewing to, the items that are in the agenda or in those objectives and make those first and foremost our priorities. And if we look at what is in the document from this past year, we've got 4 categories. We've got fiscal vitality, meaningful community engagement and two-way communication, promote a focus on continual improvement of teaching and learning, and exceptional learning environments. And if we look at, we were very specific as a board about what our priorities were. In area 1, we had 3 topics or 3 items that we were looking at in terms of fiscal vitality. We were saying, put a resolution together to make sure that we've got appropriate reserves. We did that. Second bullet point, develop a plan and implementation timeline to eliminate the structural deficit. We have not done that, right? The third bullet point is build and implement a strategy for maintaining or increasing enrollment. We have not done that. If we go on to the second area, we had an objective that says develop an interactive website to inform and engage the community. We're working on that, but we have not done that. And so I think that we really need to be focused in, all hands on deck with the things that we've got to do. If we look at the third section, we've definitely made some progress there. As a graduate profile, I believe that Dr. Triplett and others are going to be presenting Ms. Cervantes Falk. And from what I kind of see, it looks like they've done a really good job. I think we're about to see more. So that's great. But there are some other aspects that were identified in the goals that maybe are worrisome, Apex, et cetera. So I think, again, we are kind of, this resolution mechanism where we're seeing so many resolutions introduced unilaterally by the district. I just don't think it's appropriate. And so I really think that we ought to table this. And I think that we ought to have actually a whole special session after we come back in August to take on the topic and get formal CSB guidance around how should we as a district be approaching resolutions, what's the best practice, et cetera. Because right now, it doesn't seem like we're getting the broad collaborative input that we need to really put together effective resolutions. So that's my input.
So actually, for this time, I'm actually ready to vote on this. However, I do want to say that some of the things that Member Hill just said, I do think going forward in the new year that the board should take a more proactive role when it comes to shaping and developing and creating these resolutions. But on this topic, that I'm ready to vote on this, unless any other board member has other objections on this. So I'm ready to make a motion. Any
Actually,
objections? Any
yes.
objections on this?
No, I would like to speak.
Okay.
President Jean, hence my hand up. Thank you. And I think it's important to recognize what we're doing here. First of all, I think we really, to your last statement, my recommendation is that we really consider our overreach and our desire for the board to approve everything. This is not the typical way a district operates. And I think once again, there is a need for continued board education. So I really encourage that we get more of that, especially those that haven't had the opportunity to go through it. But as I was thinking about the prior members' discussion or reminding us of the goals, the tactical goals that are before us. One thing that comes to mind is our district mission and vision, and specifically our core values, which are underlying and continuous regardless of what the yearly goals are. And I'm sorry because I'm trying to contain my emotion. This is a very important topic for me. At the end of the day, sometimes we forget who we're serving. And we are not serving everybody. We're not going to please everybody. Believe me, there's a group of people you're never going to please. But the people that we are here to support as elected officials are our students and our staff, and making sure that we are creating a safe environment where they're going to thrive. And I encourage all of us to go to our website and review our district core values, talking about embracing diversity, talking about academic excellence and equity for all students, regardless of race, color, religion, gender, sexual orientation. And for those of us who may take this for granted to say that, wait, why are we even talking about this? Isn't that all behind us? I encourage us to join some of these affinity groups where our kids are still facing this.
Actually, I do want to remind Member Martinez, the affinity group discussion was over from 2 weeks ago. So I hope we don't really go back to relitigate what happened.
Member Jean, point of order. I'm speaking, and I'm not challenging that. What I am challenging is our own refusal and our own ignorance. And I'm speaking personally. The reason I brought this, and I mentioned this, I may say as a 50-something-year-old woman, oh, everything's fine. And I don't have a problem with, in this particular instance, with the LGBTQ community or the Asian Pacific Islanders. I can say that, and I feel good about it. But what are we actively doing to show them we are supportive of them? So it's not, this is why we have a staff. This is why we as a board have an organization that says, please stick to our core values and please provide that environment that our kids need. We are not here to please member 1, member 2, member 3 that are never going to be pleased. We are here to make sure we're supporting our kids. Thank you.
Member Gundel?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I agree with Member Martinez. She said it more eloquently than I could. I want to stress that what's important here is that that by embracing Black Lives Matter and this resolution, we're helping to support the educational environment. We're supporting our children, and we're making a better educational system. So that is what I'm in favor of, and that's really the metric that I want to see in looking at these things, is how can we fulfill our mission and vision, and this is part of that. Thank you.
So I move that we recognize June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Can I get a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Gundel?
I vote yes.
Member Hill?
I'm abstaining on this, and as I mentioned, it's not because of the topic, it's because of the process.
I see. Member
Point of
Nguyen?
order, point of order.
Yeah.
President Zhang, the only reason for abstention is if there is a conflict of interest. Otherwise, we must vote.
That's not correct, ma'am. And you gave me incorrect advice the last time this happened, and I'm not going to take it this time. I'm abstaining.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 4 ayes, and Member Hill abstained. He explained his reason already.
Point of
Moving
order,
on.
President Zhang.
Yeah.
I will have to agree with the member president on this. It is required. However, we're not going to force any member to do anything, but
Okay.
the rule that Member Martinez stated is correct. We will continue with the motion as is.
Moving on to NUSD graduate profile, 13.2, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you very much, President John. So we're gonna jump into this topic of the graduate profile. I believe we have some staff members who are going to be joining us to present, and I'm going to put up the deck in a moment.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I apologize.
I apologize. There is a public speaker. I just realized.
No, actually, President Zhang, if I do apologize for not reminding us earlier that resolutions like these, we
Right.
read.
But I just realized 13 point. I think we do have a public speaker. Is that right?
Yeah, actually, the speaker is not present.
Okay, I see. Yeah, we need to read the resolution.
1 second.
Yeah,
I will get it for you.
I apologize. I will start. Resolution 2020.21-039, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Whereas it is policy of the Newark Unified School District that all persons, including those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, have an equal and non-discriminatory opportunity to a quality public education experience. And whereas many lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer youth and youth perceived to belong to these groups still face harassment and physical violence in communities. And Member Nguyen?
Whereas the Newark Board of Education believes that the rich variety and diversity of families and communities is one of Newark Unified School District's strengths, and furthermore believes that a family is a supportive unit composed of various genders, orientations, cultures, races, and ethnicities, and
Member Hill, if you want to. So that's the I think the fifth, whereas the Newark Board of Education values and welcomes.
no, the fourth.
Where it's the Newark Board of Education?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, right? So I'm abstaining, but I believe in many of the sentiments. This particular one I do believe in. So I will say this one. Whereas the Newark Board of Education believes that the rich variety and diversity of families and communities is one of Newark Unified District's strengths, and furthermore believes that a family is a supportive unit composed of various genders, orientations, cultures, races, and ethnicities. And
Member Grindell?
Whereas the Newark Board of Education values and welcomes diversity of our student body, our teachers, our staff, our administrators, including the diversity of sexual orientation and identity in our community. And whereas, or and?
Member Martinez? I think you are on mute.
Oh, sorry. Whereas the Newark Board of Education has made a commitment to achieving, fostering, and valuing diversity in our staff, our school population, and in our curriculum. And
can you say one more?
And whereas Newark Unified School District adopted curriculum materials comply with the FAIR Act, ensuring all groups, including LGBTQ plus community, are represented fairly and accurately. And
Superintendent Triplett?
Whereas The Newark Unified School District recognizes that an inclusive education should include topics such as queer history, the intersectionality of queer history with other marginalized communities, and representations that balance the trauma and joy experienced by LGBTQ plus communities. And
as the Assistant Superintendent Pierce.
Whereas the Newark Unified School District recognizes that continued education as it relates to the needs of our local LGBTQ plus community, spanning pronoun use to identity development, is a critical component of our district mission. And
this one I said, how about Ms. Gutierrez?
Whereas the Newark Board of Education wishes to note and support the variety of celebrations recognizing lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month around the nation and throughout the state of California during the month of June. And
Ms. Inga Waters.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Newark Board of Education and Newark Unified School District proclaim June 2021 Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, and will fly a rainbow flag at each school and facility within the Newark Unified School District throughout the month of June to signify support for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community.
Approved, passed, and adopted by the Board of Education of Newark Unified School District this 17th day of June 2021 by the following vote: 4 ayes, 1 abstain. Thank you. I guess Miss Pierre actually has a pride flag in front of her. Okay, thank you. Moving on to NUSD graduate profile, Superintendent Triplett.
Okay, thank you, President John, and thank you all for catching that and us being able to read it out. I think it's really, really wonderful. So this next agenda item is related to the graduate profile. I'm going to put up the deck, and then we also have some staff who are with me tonight that are going to be presenting on this. As you recall, we've been, and I hear an echo. Is someone still unmuted? Okay, thank you. As you recall, we have been working on the graduate profile throughout this year, have engaged many, many different stakeholders. Staff will speak more on that in a moment. But we are excited to finally be able to bring to you the culmination of all of those engagements and the characteristics that have been finalized and are ready for your vote. So you can see here that during the, starting in November, where we had a graduate profile kickoff, we've had an amazing amount of different engagements with many different stakeholders, communities, parents, teachers, principals, students, business owners, and we followed a process through April, and actually we did end up going into May to identify characteristics. We're also really grateful for the engagement that happened with this board and the ideas that were generated there. So I will turn it over to, I believe, Ms. Revasura, who's going to speak next about this process and where we've come.
Good evening, everyone. Leonor Revasura here. I'm so excited to join Dr. Triplett, Jan Hamilton, and Ashley Acosta to share with you the final characteristics. That was a product of our collaboration over 6 months. First, we're going to go back and review what we did, starting with the engagement session with this board. So what you're going to see right now is the product of your collaboration, when each of you chose the 5 characteristics that you felt a Newark graduate must have when they graduate. And each of you put them in a sticky note. You picked out the color, and all of your ideas are here. After you did that, you came to consensus. Next slide, please. And you chose the top 5 from all of those characteristics that you did. And you came up with critical thinker, problem solver, results oriented, empathetic, compassion, effective communicator, and resilient. And after each characteristics, you assigned a descriptor or a skill that would further define that characteristic. So for each of the engagement sessions we went through, we collected similar data. We were able to put this all together in a big file. Next slide, please. We had seven engagement sessions and a total of 151 participants. And from all of those 151 participants, the top 15 are highlighted here. These were the responses that had 3 or more votes. If you'd like to see the raw data that's actually linked to this slide, it's called the GP data collection. So when we had this 15, we then moved further and met again with the design team, the group that met with us at the kickoff in November 10, the very first group. We met with them again in early May. And next slide, please. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Acosta.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. As you can see, on Tuesday, May 5th, we gathered together all of our final graduate profile team members and did a round robin brainstorm. On your screen in front of you is some of the collective data that we identified as seeing over and over again from all of our input sessions that we held through the community, staff, families, students, and staff members. Next slide, please. This is just a continuing of group 4. So when they broke out in the round robin brainstorm of what people were thinking was a main characteristic and skills that our students should have when they finish Newark Unified School District and graduate in 12th grade. If we go to the next slide, please. So then, in order to find consensus, we took groups 1 and 2 and grouped them to group A. Groups 3 and 4 became group B, and group 5 and 6 became group C. And so when they were broken out in their breakout sessions, they collaborated to reach a consensus on their top 5 characteristics. Let me tell you, this has been a wonderful process that we've been able to watch and guide our community through. And it was very difficult to narrow it down to 5. So we were actually able to open it up to 6 just because it was so difficult for us to eliminate 1 in the elimination process. We can go to the next slide, please. So as you can see here, group A, which was teams 1 and 2, these were their top 5: integrity, critical thinker and reader, motivated, creative problem solver, effective, collaborative, and communicator. Group B had some similar ones. So they had effective communicator, creative, empathetic, resilient, has grit, and integrity. And finally, we have group C, which was groups 5 and 6. They were resilient, 21st century problem solvers, communication, integrity, and empathetic. So this was very, very hard to narrow it down. But now as we move on to our final slide, you will see the ones we came up with and we agreed upon. So our final selection for Newark Unified School District's graduate profile are being a critical thinker, a creative problem solver, an effective communicator with integrity, resilience, and empathy. So I'm just going to go into a little bit longer so you guys can hear. So critical thinker, some of the characteristics are being collaborative and effective communicator, understands 2 different viewpoints, sees the big picture overall. We feel that it's very important, all of our students, when they walk out our door, that they're able to be a critical thinker and be observant as they move on in their careers and path in life. Next slide. Next, we have a creative problem solver. So to be engaged, to be an active, empathetic listener, to be a critical thinker, to be logical, to be able to work collaboratively and willing to learn from their mistakes. It's very hard for us to be able to obtain the skills to become a creative problem solver, but we feel that it is important that all of our students have this skill in their toolbox to be successful. Next slide, please.
The next characteristic was effective communicator. And the definitions or the descriptors that brought up by the group were they're articulate, they're good listeners, there's change makers. They learn how to disagree politely. They're self-advocate. And this was something that actually a lot of the parents spoke about, being self-advocate, being able to speak up for themselves and be able to ask. So they also wanted to be assertive, but that it all fell under being an effective communicator. And integrity. And integrity had to do with being honest, diligent, being willing to struggle if that is where you are. These were words we actually took from the data collection, and we specifically, they came directly from the participants.
Next we have resilience. To stay on course, doesn't give up easily, meets deadlines, demonstrates best efforts, and learns and grows from setbacks. Next slide, please. Empathy. Empathy was also showing that our students care for one another, that they're compassionate, that they listen to understand, they're socially aware, they were bilingual and bicultural, and thinks of others' feelings. The staff recommends that the Board of Education approves the final 6 characteristics of the graduate profile, as we've provided for you today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Acosta and team.
And Dr. Triplett?
Yes.
At this point, we'd also like to share with you the designs created by one of our students at the high school, Guadalupe Morales, and Dr. Hamilton will actually present that to you. And we are also going to be able to hear from, we're going to read or hear from Guadalupe, what her inspiration was for the designs.
Terrific. Yeah, I was just going to say, President Jen. So the ultimate vote would be on those 6 characteristics, but we did want to share a little preview of some of this amazing work that that a student has done in preparation.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. So, I'm very excited to present these designs this evening. Obviously, I'm honored also because it's come right from one of our students, Guadalupe Morales, who's a Newark Memorial High School student. She actually was involved in the entire process throughout the graduate profile. She was extremely committed, and her contributions were truly remarkable, being a full-time student at the high school and coming to a lot of our meetings and contributing. So this first slide is really like a puzzle, has integrity, effective communicator, resilient, creative problem solver, empathetic, and critical thinking. And so she states, my first design is shown to be a puzzle that is connected in each piece, the characteristic connect, and the form of Newark Unified School District graduate. At first, a graduate might not have all of them, but throughout the journey of education, it will build up little by little to prepare for the outside world and a successful future. Guadalupe Morales. Next slide, please. In this particular slide, she has personalized it and she's added the mission for Newark Unified School District, and she depicts 4 very happy graduates. Just recently, a lot of our students have graduated. My second design is based on people of different colors and the fact that they can be successful and graduate with a mindset set to face any obstacles. Another thing I felt was important for this design was to add part of Newark Unified School District mission statement, since there is a clear goal that related to the graduate, and that's Guadalupe Morales. And finally, she really truly saved the best for last, and clearly she's depicting a Bay Area icon here. And the third design is my favorite, since working on it, my main goal was to express a road. Roads do have endings and can make turns, like in your life. You can turn to a new path or another experience, but you keep going forward. If necessary, you'll need to continue to make more turns or reroute to get to the final destination and clearly to success. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, staff members, for all of the work that got us to this point. And so I believe now, President Jun, Any questions or any motions?
Yeah. I mean, obviously a lot of hard work, and the board also participated in one of the rounds in a prior study session. So I just want to thank everybody's hard work. Member Hill.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I just want to echo President Zhang, your sentiments. I think the team did a great job, very thorough, very, collaborative, lots of input. And so I think it's wonderful. And I think that those characteristics are really meaningful. Again, as you guys, as I keep saying, I'm a metrics person. And so I would say maybe the next step would be great. If you look at, for example, in state of California teaching standards, a lot of times you will see dimensions and you will have a rubric, and you will have, a 4 or 5 level rubric where it will talk about, sort of on the emerging stage all the way to the proficient stage. And it might be great as a second round for you to think about how can we take those graduate profile elements and then sort of define, what are the beginning, shoots that are coming up, and then how do we build on them until people become really exemplary. So, but again, wonderful job. Thank you.
Member Grindel.
Yes, I agree with Member Hill that it's great work. I want to particularly thank Guadalupe Morales for the fantastic graphics. Very, very impressive. So thank you.
Member Nguyen.
I too have the same sentiments as our other board members, and I'd just like to thank staff on all their hard work in collaboration with the community and members outside of our community in higher learning. And I was so grateful to be a part of the process. My favorite part was to be able to work and in collaboration with the students that were involved in this whole process. So I commend you guys on a job well done. Congratulations. And again, to Guadalupe for her amazing artwork that has dimension and depth into where she believes, and we believe also, our graduate should be headed towards. So thank you so much.
Member Martinez.
So yes, thank you. As all the other board members just mentioned, I would just want to say that I really look forward to seeing more as now that we've got our profile, how this is going to shape, impact, form our curriculum, this is where we first started with the idea of forming the graduate profile, right? That we needed to kind of set that path early on to make sure we were connected from the minute our first little ones arrive in elementary all the way through high school. So I really look forward. I know there's still a ton of work ahead. So, anything we can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. And I also wanted to let Ms. Morales know that I also, design number 3 is my favorite.
Thank you. I move that we approve the six characteristics of an NUSD graduate profile finalized by the graduate profile design team. May I get a motion? Oh, may I get a second? Sorry.
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grindel?
I vote yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Again, congratulations to our graduate profile design team for the hard work. And Ms. Gutierrez, I believe the previous speaker for our 13.1 item is back on. Can we bring in the speaker?
Yes, of course, President Zhang. 1 second. Mr. Rose, can you please bring on unmute Austin Bruckner? Hello, Austin. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Austin Bruckner, and it's my privilege to be here this evening on behalf of Castro Valley Pride. Castro Valley Pride is an LGBT group that I've worked with for about 10 years on local efforts and initiatives to support our LGBTQ students and families. This year, Castro Valley Pride partnered with Livermore as well as Oakland Pride to work with local school districts to raise rainbow flags in each and every one of our campuses. To date, Castro Valley, Hayward, Union City, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, Piedmont, Sunol, Pleasanton, Oakland soon will be passing resolutions, all of which include not just a Pride Month resolution, but the act of actually raising a rainbow flag. Why is this important, you asked, during the summer? It's critical, as you can imagine. Many students have spent the past year locked away in homes that are often unwelcoming. Each and every week throughout the pandemic, many of those same students went to unwelcoming churches or had those really unhealthy and often unsupporting conversations at family dinner tables. As you all know, and I'm sure you all understand, your duty goes beyond, as trustees, goes beyond summer. It's to support those students each and every day. And that's what this resolution does. It supports our LGBT students by raising rainbow flags at your school. It's a symbol when they drive by, no matter how uncertain or tumultuous or painful or unsupportive their home life may be, it's a symbol that it does get better and that Newark Unified School District stands with them. So I thank you for this, and I'm confident and hopeful rather that you'll be supporting this resolution and really doing the work to go beyond the resolution, to go beyond flags in the coming year.
Thank you. Moving on to 13.3, Resolution 2020.21-040, commitment to resume full-time in-person instruction in all NUSD schools beginning August 12, 2021. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Chun. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Pierce Davis in a moment, but I just wanted to preface by saying that as we move towards the fall, and as the governor and the state come out with their revised guidelines, we wanted to connect with the board and really make sure that we were getting proper, we were understanding the direction of the board in terms of how we reopen in the fall. So many districts have brought forth this type of thing for the board to make a decision around. And essentially, this is a resolution, which I do not believe we'll need to read if passed, but a resolution directing the district to be doing all steps to reopen in full based on the safety and health guidelines from the state in the fall. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Ms. Pierce Davis.
Thank you so much. So my job this evening is really to provide some context around kind of the history that we've been going through, but also kind of the direction and the anticipated direction that we see ourselves moving into. So obviously, there's been a lot of evolving understanding around COVID-19. I think the 5 key areas that have really surfaced from California Department of Public Health has been around the research and understanding, oversight and assistance, really around vaccines and vaccine availability, testing programs and the evolution of that process, as well as community transmission. Kind of a quick timeline or history, really started with AB 86, but then our distance learning really initiated back in June with SB 98 around really kind of creating ed code that defined distance learning and gave direction for districts on how to engage with distance learning. We've seen that evolution over time. In May, we saw some trailer bill language, which started to hint at what we could anticipate for this coming fall, 2021. And then when it was released, we really started looking at specific items that were going to change and shift for many districts across California. One of them specifically is around independent study. And so between May 18th and around mid-June, what we saw is a lot of advocacy groups really trying to do a couple of things, really advocate for what they thought that schools should look like come fall of 2021, but also to advocate on behalf of different independent study programs, trying to figure out ways to make the program more rigorous, more set up for what we're coming out of this pandemic, more established and ready for that transition. We were hoping to have more information as of June 15th, but it looks like the governor might need a little bit more time. So again, we still expect somewhere in mid-June to get more information, but that still is outstanding as we wait for the state budget to be finalized. And again, this legislation and all of this advocacy really becomes codified into law. So I'm going to share with you some of these changes that we're anticipating now. We are anticipating in fall that most students will return to in-person instruction. If they don't, then what we're anticipating is that this omnibus trailer bill will really direct us to think through independent study options sort of through virtual instruction. So you'll start to hear districts say things like virtual academies. It's all versions of what, you know, in the trailer bill is referred to as independent study. No longer will you see things like hybrid instruction. So you're no longer going to see schools offering both sort of a distance learning option as well as an in-person option. Most schools will go back to in-person, and then districts will create opportunities and offerings for, again, for independent study or for virtual learning in a different setting. So what do we expect in-person instruction to look like? In all honesty, we still have a lot of questions, but we do anticipate that it'll look like 5 days a week, that we will return to full day bell schedules. It'll include things like lunch and recess and breaks, and we'll even include extracurricular activities. What are we not sure about? We're not sure about what safety protocols. We are anticipating that social distancing requirements will either go away or will be even shortened beyond the 3 feet that it is now. We anticipate that masks will continue, but again, all of this guidance will come out as the governor's plan is released. And then desk shields as well. So we will continue to follow whatever guidance that we are given by our state and county leads. We also expect vaccine availability to shift, but again, we don't have a timeline, so this is all sort of guesswork, but we are excited to see the direction that we're going. Now, on the other side, what about independent study, right? So this is kind of a summary of current regulations around independent study. It really is considered sort of an alternative to classroom instruction. It is available to students K-12, but there are districts that they're not required to offer independent study, and that may change, that may not change. It is based on voluntary enrollment, and oftentimes we really discourage students with special needs from participating unless their IEP really allows for such participation, keeping within their requirements as they're guaranteed through law. So what changes do we expect to see? We expect the changes around how students can participate in person. It really will be at the request of the parent or guardian, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. There's going to be new requirements similar to distance learning ed code, and those requirements will include daily documenting and weekly engagement, again, similar to what we saw on distance learning. But more specifically, health is specified as a reason for participating in independent study. However, the difference here is students will not have to go out and get a doctor's note or something like that. It really is up to the determination of the parent or guardian. If the parent or guardian believes that health could be a risk factor, they are allowed to ask for and seek out independent study. Again, there'll be additional conditions as part of district independent study policies. Things like it must be as rigorous as your in-person curriculum. There should be tiered re-engagement procedures. So if we're seeing students not able to participate or not showing up to class by way of attendance, there will be strategies that the district is expected to implement to re-engage those students back into their learning. We expect to see live interaction, so at least daily interaction with an advisor, and then once a week actual synchronous instruction, which is not currently in the independent study guidelines. So that would be something new. And then we expect to see an opportunity for students to transition back. So if they start in a distance platform and over time, numbers continue to go down, safety no longer becomes so much of a concern for that particular family, they're allowed to seek back in-person instruction. However, students cannot be enrolled in 2 schools at the same time. It just does not happen, right? It's a state legislation. We're not allowed to do that. And so if students do choose independent study option, they have to be disenrolled from their current school. They'll enroll in the independent study program, and then they will be allowed back into their school if there is space. If there is not space, obviously we will open up an alternative location for them. There will also be updates to the written agreement. Small things such as you used to require a wet signature, now it can be done through virtual, everything from that to making sure that we continue to offer connectivity and devices to students in need so that they can access that learning and aren't expected to buy a computer or internet on their own. And there's also some academic supports for our priority populations as well. Finally, again, new requirements for just documenting. So there will be daily participation logs and engagement records to ensure that students are participating fully. So again, what is our anticipated program? This is not set in stone. This is what we anticipate, is that there will be standard in-person instruction, or there will be virtual instruction that's offered through our Crossroads program that we already have, that we plan on extending kindergarten through 12. Again, with an opportunity to re-enroll to in-person at current school locations, pending space availability. And again, really paying attention to our students with special needs, ensuring that the space and the program that we offer is in line with their needs, and ensuring that they are getting the support required of their IEP. So our next steps is to continue to wait on this mid-June guidance. In the process, though, we have sent out an instructional interest survey for all those families watching tonight. If you have not taken it, please do so. So far, we have 1,500 families who have taken that survey. And out of that survey, about 96% have noted that they plan to return to in-person instruction. So just to give you kind of an idea of the direction that we are headed, that's it. And then we plan on having an additional town hall. We had a town hall in June to kind of go through a little bit more in detail what we just presented you tonight. And we'll do one again in July as we get more information from the state and continue to work with our partners on developing our Crossroads Independent Study program. That is it for me tonight. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole, Ms. Pierce Davis. I just have one question. I think I might miss the independent study part of the equation. So is that going to be asynchronous instruction or synchronous instruction? If it's asynchronous, do we have the proper staffing level for that?
So it is, for the most part, it is asynchronous. It is asynchronous work. The new guidelines, what we anticipate new guidelines from the new Omni trailer bill is that students will get a daily interaction with an advisor, but that could be a 30-minute, that could be an hour, that could be longer. And then once a week, synchronous instruction. And so that would be with like their entire class. Let's say if it's an elementary and high school, it might be with their advisor group, things like that.
And for that third party, I mean, for the independent study, the asynchronous portion, is that going to be a third party application, or that's a NUSD instruction?
Yeah, we're still determining that in partnership with our labor partners, but we will be having a NUSD teacher assigned to every student.
Member Gundel.
Yes, I want to thank the superintendent and staff for bringing this to us. I think it's very important that the students and parents in our district have a sense of certainty of what direction we're going in, and I think it's very important that we intend to move forward with all the proper safety precautions as outlined, and that we intend to move forward with in-class instruction. It's the best, in my opinion, it's the best educational environment, and it's best for the social and emotional health of the children as well. So again, I just really appreciate you bringing this to us at this point, so we can send a clear message to our community that we're going to be back to normal education as much as we can, masks as required, dividers as required. I appreciate all the emphasis on health, but yet we're going to be back to in-person instruction, and I really appreciate you bringing this to us at this point.
Member Hill.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, thank you, Ms. Pierce, for the presentation. And I think everybody knows I'm a current, I've just finished my first year of teaching. And I think I speak for many teachers that remote instruction was very difficult. And hybrid instruction, where we were trying to be in the classroom but also teach remote, was even more difficult. And so I think many of us are welcoming the return to in-person instruction and want to, ultimately advocate for it. The only comment I have is that, as just with the prior agenda item 13.1, I don't think that it's appropriate to address this item through a resolution. Again, I think we're misusing the resolution process. And so I really think that we ought to have a special meeting to explore this and to develop some parameters around how this, when and where it's appropriate to use the resolution.
If no other comments, may I get a motion?
I'd move, President Chung, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
I'd like to second.
Motion made by Member Gundal, seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Gundal?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Abstain.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Member Hill abstain. 13.4, bid award of landscaping and irrigation project, Group 1 schools. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. So we will, I'm going to turn this one over to Ms. Dela Cruz, and I believe we also have our project manager, Mr. Caputo here. Is that correct, Ms. Dela Cruz?
Yes, Mr. Caputo will be joining us.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Triplett, and good evening, board members. So this board item is a recommendation to award the bid for the landscaping and irrigation project for the first group of schools. If you recall, back in August last year, the board approved a list of landscaping and irrigation improvement projects for most of our schools. This first group of schools will be for Birch Grove Primary, Birch Grove Intermediate, Kennedy, Schilling, and Lincoln Elementary. The landscape and irrigation projects are focused on curb appeal and the front of the schools. The projects are mainly to improve the landscaping at the front of the schools and to repair and replace, and in some cases add irrigation systems. The construction period for this project is 35 days, which means that it should be completed for this first group of school around August, mid-August, when on or before or around when we go back to school. The next group of schools will be going out to bid soon in the next couple of weeks, and that will include Newark Memorial High School, McGregor Campus, Coyote Hills, Music, and also the district office. There is no scheduled work for Snow and the junior high school. So we received bids yesterday. We got some really good bids from 3 companies. And I'm going to have Ralph review those bid results with you, which we did include as part of the attachment on this board item.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Triplett, pleased to help present this item tonight. These projects have undergone a competitive bid process. The projects were publicly advertised on May 28th and June 4th. We had mandatory pre-bid site walks on June 1st, 3rd, and 9th. We received 3 bids. We are asking for the staff to, or for the board to authorize staff to award the contract. Typically in the public bid process, bidders have 5 days to either ask for relief if they feel they've made a mistake in their bid, or for a second or third bidder to make a protest. Since the bids were yesterday, that window is still open. However, we have talked to the other bidders and we don't see any reason for any bid protests. And this afternoon, the low bidder says he's confirmed his bid and he is asking for award, but that window is still open. So that's why we're asking for authorization for Dr. Triplett and Ms. Dela Cruz to have that authority as soon as we make those confirmations. If there is any questions regarding the bid process or the scope of work, we're here to answer any questions.
Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Caputo. Just a question, because I didn't look through your whole document. But in terms of the bid and irrigation, are we asking the bidders to look at basically, water saving solutions, given that we're now in it seems permanent drought territory, and if so, could you maybe talk a little bit more about that?
Sure, and that is also one of the reasons that the bid is a little bit under the estimate, is that we've looked at drought-resistant plants, and we've also looked at some areas where we may be able to apply for some incentive savings from local utilities and other funding programs. The engineer will have to do some analysis for us on the level of those water savings. And once we get those documents, we'll see what we can qualify for. But yeah, that was definitely part of the design process.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. Does some of the solutions also look at like water saving, approaches like using drip, et cetera?
Yeah, there's a combination of drips. There's very little sprays anymore. A lot of it is drip systems.
Great, thank you.
I think the other added specification would be the timers on our irrigation and sprinkler systems.
Yeah. Oh, and incidentally, there were also a number of alternates. Those alternates total a deduct of $11,865, and they were to reduce plant sizes in case we felt we were tapping close to our budget. We just wanted to give the board that option, but given the bids, we just don't feel that's necessary, and we prefer the 5-gallon plants rather than the 1-gallon plants. They're easier to establish and just have much more impact to begin with.
Member Gundel?
I was going to ask the question that Mr. Caputo just addressed, so I'm fine.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I move to approve the bid award of landscaping and irrigation project Group 1 schools.
Motion made by Member Nguyen. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Thank you, Mr. Caputo.
Thank you.
Moving on to 13.5, bid award of Newark Junior High School stair improvement and barrier removal project. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. Ms. Dela Cruz, would you like to speak on this one as well, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Triplett. So a few months ago, the board approved the project to repair and improve the stairways over at the junior high school. And the plans were DSA approved, and there was some coordination also that we had to do with the solar project. We went out to bid and received 2 bids on June 6th. And the lowest bid that was submitted was from Cal Pacific Construction for $631,700, which was about $90,000 less than what we had estimated. And this also includes all of the alternates that we had talked about, including the seating area, the planters, and the railings. So I'll just have Mr. Caputo go over the bid results.
Thank you very much. And it also included the walkways in front of both Stairway 1 and Stairway 2 with the planter areas.
Oh, and this too also has about a 30-day construction period. It should be completed before school starts as well. Mr. Caputo, do you just want to go over the bid results real quick?
Yes, we had 2 bids on this project, one from Cal Pacific, the other one from TSC Construction. The low bid was $437,000 base bid, and then the combination of alternates as shown in the board package were the retaining seat wall at Planter 1 for $39,000, the sidewalk section in front of the stairway for $49,500, and at Stairway 2, the planter area in the center of that staircase, as you recall, was $73,200, and the sidewalk section in front of the stairway was $33,000. We are recommending approval if the board approves it or likes the alternates. They're within the budget. We had, oops, wrong one here, I'm sorry. Pull it up on my computer. We had budgeted or estimated $718,433 for the scope with the alternates. The base bid and all alternates total $631,700, so we have approximately $90,000 savings. And I think we also have a copy of the PowerPoint if you wanted to see the renderings, if there were any questions regarding the scope on the stairs and how the planters were aligned. Other than that, we're ready to see if there's any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Well, maybe just a
Member
comment
Martinez?
that-
Yeah.
No, I know when you first presented some options, I was thinking that it was going to be, we're going to have to pick and choose because ideally we would want all of them. So I'm really encouraged to see that you all were able to get everything under budget. So that's absolutely exciting. So thank you for that.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I move to approve the bid award.
Motion made by Member Nguyen.
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grindal. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grindal?
I vote yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Thank you, Mr. Caputo.
Thank you.
Moving on to 13.6, PG&E Electric Vehicle Fleet Electrification Program Grant for Electric Vehicle Charging Station Infrastructure. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President John. Ms. Dela Cruz, would you like to speak on this one as well? Or do we lose Ms. Dela Cruz? Oh, there she is. Ms. Dela Cruz, would you like to speak on this? And I believe we have a guest also.
Thank you. I don't know what's going on, but my screen kept going on and off. Miss Yvonne Tom is here with us tonight to join in this presentation. Just to give a little bit of background, a couple of years ago, I believe the board approved a resolution just confirming its interest in applying for funding to replace the school buses. And on December 3rd, we were able to replace 2 of the buses with a grant that paid for 70% of the cost. And as part of that, that grant, there was some requirement to build some charging stations. And we received about $75,000 from the Bay Area Quality Management District towards building the infrastructure for the charging station. We also applied to PG&E, and they have approved and are inviting us to build and join the electrification program, which I will have Ms. Tom kind of go over a little bit, but it has a couple of options in that PG&E will build and design these charging stations, and we could either own the stations or we could lease from PG&E. And Ms. Tom can go through a little bit more about what that looks like. I'm going to share my screen. Ms. Tom, you want to unmute? Ms. Tom?
Okay, did that come through? Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
So oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why my face isn't showing up, but it's fine. So I've been working on the bus project for about 4 years, and I am glad we are almost done. Thank you for your patience with me. And when I met with the board last year near the end of the year, we were approving the 2 electric buses. And now, and I told you at that point that we would be going forward with possibly a PG&E grant, which has finally come through, and which is what I'm asking you to approve us going forward with that. Next slide, please. So if we have already about $75,000 from Bay Area Air Quality, and we estimate that we will get another $150,000 to build it also. The total cost of our estimate, not PG&E's estimate, is about $225,000. If we go with the PG&E grant, we are required to have 5 electric vehicles, and we've already bought 2, so we would get 3 more. And we already have 1 refrigerated truck for your food service that has broken, so we're looking for 1 there. And you have a dump truck that's diesel. And again, we would try and find grants to purchase those electric vehicles so that it minimizes your costs, okay? But it is a commitment to do 3 more electric vehicles. Next slide, please. So PG&E will give you an electric transformer if needed. I suspect you will need one because you will be pulling a lot of power. They will develop all the drawings and they will do all the calculations. So we would not have to hire an electrical, plumbing, and mechanical person to do these drawings. They're pretty expensive. And I would say that just between their drawings and putting in the extra transformer, it would be probably about $50,000. And I have not put that into our costs. We would then take their drawings and their calculations of demand, and we would have them publicly bid. And until we have a real price that we know we can go with, we would then do a lease versus buy analysis. And if PG&E owns the equipment, they will charge you a monthly charge to pay for the infrastructure and some operating costs. And this minimizes your need for capital. If Newark chooses to own the equipment, you will have lower costs in general because we would be able to use a Bay Area Air Quality $75,000. If PG&E was owning and building it, that $75,000 would go away. And I always tell people when we make these decisions, it's like when you go to the auto dealer, you want to lease the car or you want to own it. And usually in the long term, owning is cheaper. Next slide. So PG&E is very bureaucratic and they will not proceed with drawings and calculation unless we sign the contract. So we recommend that you proceed with the contract so we can get the costs and make a decision on real prices. PG&E is being directed by the California Public Utilities Commission, who oversees PG&E as well as this program, and they're very bureaucratic. They will not change any language in the lease or the contract, which I tried to do. So it's sort of like take it or not. Next slide, please. So we had, prior to getting into the PG&E contract, we hired Silverado Electric, who does a lot of charging stations, and we got a quote in 2018. So it's probably not still good, but that's where we got the $255,000. So if I subtract the $75,000 that you're getting from Bay Area Air Quality, $30,000 for PG&E rebates, and $120,000 roughly for infrastructure, which is like trenching and wiring and panels, then your estimated cost is about $30,000. We are overseeing it for you. I never know if we're, I do a lot of this work for you for free, but I still have to pay my engineer to oversee it. So I put in an estimate of $18,000. And because the numbers are very squishy, I added a 10% contingency, and that came up to $75,000. We may not need that contingency, or maybe the work will go really well and we won't have to charge you very much. But right now, I'd rather have that cushion in there just because it's so unknown. So we would ask for $75,000 from you, or 25% of what we think the total cost will be. That is very squishy, and I'm happy to go over any of these numbers with anyone later. Next slide, please. So again, these are words to match for those people who don't like charts. We will keep the $75,000 grant if we own it. Regardless of whether we own it or not, PG&E, if we own it, we will get a $30,000 rebate from PG&E, $120,000 for infrastructure. And these are the words that go with that chart. Okay, next slide. So the lease option is PG&E pays for everything. It is a 10-year contract. They would require an easement across your MOT site. The chargers are going to go next to the bus barn, and it's very close to where you have your child food center. They will be charging you a monthly charge. We don't know what that is. They will charge you electrical use charge. So it's not like you can put your solar on there. We have to go through PG&E. But they do have lower rates for EV equipment. Regardless of whether you own it or not, you will still have some maintenance charges, such as you have to have monitors to make sure that your equipment is charging properly. You still have to pay for electricity. You have to pay for everything from the meter through your property, okay? So it's never, you always get a fee from them. It's just the amount of fees that you get from PG&E. Next, and that's it.
Before we bring back to the board, Ms. Gutierrez, please bring in the public speaker.
Yes, thank you, President Long. For this item, we have speaker is Christine Clinton. You may begin. Hello?
We recall from the December meeting.
Hello? Hi, you may begin.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hello?
Hi, Christine, you may begin.
Okay, thank you.
Board purchased 2 EV buses and made the commitment to buy 3 additional EVs in exchange for grant money. This cost NUSD $356,000, $63,000 of which was paid in consulting fees. Fast forward to today, and NUSD is being asked to fulfill their obligation of purchasing those 3 additional EVs. Of all the EVs you could choose, 3 medium-duty trucks are probably the most utilitarian. I'm wondering, though, why you paid that same consultant another $18,000 to arrive at this decision. Identifying and applying for grants, sizing NUSD's EV and related infrastructure needs, and completing additional paperwork doesn't sound like $81,000 worth of work. You could hire an employee with that money and get much more than just some energy grants. You will decide tonight whether you want to lease or own the EV infrastructure. If you plan to keep MOT at its current location long-term, as in for the next 15 plus years, ownership is the way to go. If, however, MOT's location could change, leasing makes the most sense because PG&E will own the infrastructure and pay for its installation, maintenance, and more. Before you make this decision, I hope you think about long-term plans and choose the option that makes the most fiscal sense. And think about how much you spend annually in consulting fees that you could be putting to much better use elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing back to the board, I do have some question on the. Bring back to the board. I do have some question for Ms. Tong. So first, the reason NUSD is buying electric bus is not because we voluntarily or willingly choose to do so. It was because of a state regulation by 2030 and 2035. We have to make certain greenhouse gas emission reduction target. So in certain way, we were forced to do this. And looking back the process 2 or 3 years when we started this, in certain way, we started a rat race. So because eventually we'll have to do this, so we might very well get the most grant as early as possible and as much as possible to do so. So I want to point that one out. So because there are some voices I heard from the community, it's implying that somehow we're just willingly choose to go electric. So I guess my question for Ms. Tom is that, so we need to buy 3 more electric bus. One of the things I want to ask is how likely do you think that we'll get additional grant to subsidize our purchase for the other 3 electric bus?
Let me answer the question. Yes, we are required to reduce greenhouse gases. And so the money to reduce the greenhouse gases, the grant money is best at the beginning of the process. So the earlier you get out there, the better the money is, okay? I will only acquire.
My original statement, this is a rat race. Ever since we got this regulation, we joined the rat race. We got to do this as soon as possible.
Yes, that's correct.
And for the vehicles, I just want to say it doesn't have to be 3 more buses. It could be what Ms. Tom talked about was right now we're looking at a refrigerated truck for child nutrition because one's breaking down. And then the dump truck, which is diesel, we're trying to replace. So depending on what kind of grant Ms. Tom is able to get, it could also be another type of vehicle depending on what kind of grant we can get.
Yeah, my job is to look for the place where there's the most money. And also that the equipment has a good warranty so it doesn't have a problem. And, it's fairly new technology. The buses that you have 8-year warranties. The other thing I wanted to remind people is that the buses that we replaced were 14 and 18 years old. So they were getting a little long in their useful life. And in fact, one of the buses broke down and we had to haul it to the dismantler because it couldn't drive anymore. So part of it is to drive down your operating costs. And electric vehicles are much cheaper to maintain. So that should also lower your operating costs.
Okay, I guess a second question regarding the lease option, which is, if I'm correct, these charging infrastructure is not portable at all. So if in the case of MOT being moved to another site, if PG&E is the one owning the infrastructure, what will happen to the charging infrastructure?
You are committed to, if PG&E owns it, you are committed to keeping 5 vehicles attached for 10 years.
So does that mean MOT cannot be moved in the next 10 years?
It means that the bus chargers or the vehicle chargers have to be charged there because they have put a lot of money in to build that infrastructure.
Okay, I see. Member Nguyen?
Thank you, Ms. Tong, for the presentation. I have 3 questions, but the third one you sort of answered. But my first one is, what is the lifespan of the charging stations? And then the second one is there a firm date as to when we have to purchase the 3 additional electric vehicles by?
Okay. Okay, so the lifespan is, my guess would be about 10 to 12 years, because there are not a lot of moving parts in a charging facility. So it's not like a motor is running. Secondly, you have 5 years from the date you sign the contract with them to buy the other vehicles. So already your one refrigerated truck is broken. So we're going to try and replace that as quickly as we can. And you have other things that, again, I need to be able to match up what you have and where I can get the biggest grant for the biggest bang for your money.
Great, thank you. And then I know that you had mentioned that you don't know for sure what the monthly cost is if we do lease versus buy, but is there currently other agencies that you're working with that is similar to ours? And if they have leased it, what is roughly the monthly cost, if any?
Well, it depends on what our cost is going to be. We have a long trenching channel to dig out, and so it's hard for me to compare it to another school district, which may not have a lot of trenching. So I don't know the conditions. This is a relatively new program from PG&E, and so there's not a lot of history there. That's why I don't want to make a decision until we know all of the costs, whether it's to own or to lease, which is the better buy.
Okay, great, thank you.
Member Hill.
Yeah, thank you, President Xiang. And President Xiang, I share your feeling, I think, when you talk about getting into the rat race. You start to go down a certain path and you think that that's like the only option. And I think that we can kind of get tunnel vision. And I guess that where I don't really feel comfortable is that, in any business, you would be doing, basically a comparison of options. You have option A, option B, option C, and option A is always the base case. And so I think that, I don't feel comfortable tonight making a decision on this until I see the base case, which is, okay, we've got certain needs that are related to certain vehicles. And so how much would it cost for us just to continue that base case? We can certainly factor in risks of whether there's future regulations, et cetera, but what are the total costs associated with that? What are the total costs with, this option, and maybe there's another option, and then we can really let kind of the economics make the decision rather than just sort of, a gut feel. And, it just seems there's too many variables. So I'd like to see maybe a little bit more study done on this before we make a decision.
Member Grindal.
I wanted to ask, at what point would the decision be made between lease versus buy, and would that come back to the board?
So we will wait till they do their drawings and their calculations, and we bid it out. And then at that point, they will also give us the cost to lease versus to buy. And so since if we choose not to sign the contract now, then they will give it to the next person. So we are if we want to go with PG&E and get more of the cost covered than the $75,000 that we currently have with Bay Area Air Quality, then we would forego that. I am suggesting that we go ahead and sign this, get all the numbers, lease versus own, and come back to you and say, this is what we'd like to do.
Member Martinez.
Yeah, Maya, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Tom. I know that you have been working on this for quite a while, and it was at the board's direction that we pursue this path. I think with regards to the leasing and owning, I would like us to get to that point where we can make that decision. But I think that, you know, this is the direction that we have been given over more than a year at this point. So I would like to recommend that we actually approve and move forward.
So my fear about this, I mean, actually my frustration with the state regulation is that I think in about 2 or 3 years, we wouldn't have option A or option B. I think based on the history of California state legislature or the state government, we may very well have a mandate that everybody go electric, because that's probably the slope we're going on. 2 or 3 years ago, it was reducing greenhouse emission. Then it's going to everybody go full electric and outlaw all the gasoline powered or diesel fuel powered buses in the public property like public school. So in this case, that was sort of a rat race. I don't think that was a rat race that we didn't choose to enter. So for me, even though I'm frustrated, but it looks like this seems to be the most likely the viable option going forward.
Yeah, and there's no cost to us by signing this because it's all PG&E that will take all the costs to draw up the plans and then go out to bid. And once we get all those numbers, then we would go back to the board, and that's when we would decide, you know, to either lease or own and move forward from there. But at this point, signing and moving forward with this invitation from PG&E and this approval is not going to cost the district other than possibly some of the consultant fees.
Okay. Member Nguyen?
Thank you. One last question. I know that the site for the charging infrastructure is going to be at MOT, but is there another site that is in consideration, or is that the only site that is viable for the charging station infrastructure?
It's the only site that we have because your bus staff is there, and your children's nutrition center is next door, literally. And you know, the dump truck, if we should get a dump truck, it's located there. So all the equipment is very close, unless you decide you want to move MOT entirely, and then you should tell me. And because, you know, all this work requires knowing where the PG&E transformer is, because that's the most expensive piece of equipment that PG&E is committing to provide.
Thank you.
One last round, Member Hill.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd mentioned this before, but before, when I was finishing up my business career, before I went to become a teacher, go train to become a teacher, I was actually working for 1.5 years down at LA Department of Water and Power, and working on a variety of issues, including, you know, essentially green energy. And I can tell you for a fact that although politicians have dreams about green energy, at some point it's going to start to bump into the laws of physics. And we are already facing this issue right now, where literally we are having hot weather, and we're being told to basically power down a variety of equipment in the evening because the grid cannot handle that. It's only going to get worse. And so I think that we would be remiss if we did not consider a base case option before making this decision, because we don't want to be caught 3 years from now where all of a sudden we have a brownout or we have some type of reduction in energy and we're not able to charge our bus because they've said don't turn that on, and then the kids can't go to the away game tomorrow. So I think that there needs to be a much more robust analysis of how do we currently do this, and what are the pros and cons and the costs, and then what are the pros and costs of, you know, basically going full on green.
There is another option, which is to do a solar option. So with backup power packs, to take care of when we have a brownout or whatever you want to call it. I have not investigated that. I am doing it for another property where I'm doing backup battery with solar.
I mean, given this will come back to the board for the lease and owning options, I do think that I mean, given the moving state regulation, at one point we'll probably need to come back to have a longer view about now if in the case the state mandating everybody to go all electric, what will happen? What is the cost benefit? Because I do believe that if without the regulation, operating a gasoline-based bus is probably cheaper in the short term than an electric. But with this regulation, that's what we're being handled at. When anybody's ready to make a motion?
I just have one last comment. I would like to make the request of Ms. Tom to look into the solar option, especially since the school district is putting in solar panels at a couple of our sites, and how that would, and how we could leverage that also as a backup. So if you could look into that as to for the next time and make that presentation when we approve, when we go to approve whether we're gonna lease or pay option. Thank you.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. I second that. Anybody ready to make a motion?
Just a point of clarification. So by this action today, we still have the solar option we can consider. Is that accurate?
Yes, we're pursuing an alternative path with solar. I mean, we're exploring an alternative path with solar.
Based on that, I would make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Motion made by Member Gundel.
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No, for the reasons stated.
Yeah. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Member Hill dissented. Moving on to 13.7, feasibility study for new school in sanctuary developments. Area 3, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President John. So this that we're bringing forth today is based on a request from Member Grindell regarding conducting a feasibility study for the Area 3 development. Just want to be totally clear. This is not a proposal or any sort of suggestion that we are building a school in Area 3. This is merely to do a study of if that is something that's warranted in that area based on the development land that could become part of the district property if we were to buy or if we were to build a school. So not building a school, we're just doing a feasibility study. And I don't know if Ms. Dela Cruz wants to speak any more on that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Triplett. I have Mr. Reynolds here tonight from Schoolworks, who provided us with a proposal on what it would take to do the feasibility study. And just to give a little bit of history and background and remind the board of why we're even doing the feasibility study. So the city of Newark went into an agreement with the Newark Partners LLC back in April of 2015. And part of the agreement, the city of Newark required that the developer dedicate the 6 acres of land for the city to use for a school site. And there was also a 3-acre park that would be used as a joint city and school use. And part of the provisions of that agreement required the elementary school to begin construction on the site within 7 years of the first building permit that was granted in the sanctuary development, which is also known as Area 3 in the city of Newark. And if school construction does not take place by that time, then the property would revert to the developer. So since the first building permit was granted on August 8, 2018, this means that school construction would need to begin by August 7, 2025, which is why we're needing to do this feasibility study now, because 2025 is really just around the corner when you're considering building a new school. So I'm going to have Mr. Reynolds kind of go through what that process looks like.
Good evening. So we were asked to do a proposal for a feasibility study on this new school project. Obviously, there's lots of elements that can be looked at. We've already done demographics for the school district, but that really looks at what's the enrollment trend over the next 5 years. And we know that based on the demographics and the analysis of that single piece of information, that we would not really want to recommend a new school, especially after going through the process of closing schools. But however, sites are not always readily available in the locations that are needed. And so this additional work would basically look longer term, do an updated analysis of the other potential developments in the area. As you know, this location for this new elementary school is in a location where you don't currently have a school in the nearby neighborhood. So we want to look at several different factors. Even though it may not be needed now, do we want to pass up this opportunity? What is the value of this site that we would be giving up is, one of the questions. At what point would this site be potentially needed based on the likely development that will occur? And so is it worth building now, even though we may not need it for 10 years? So those are some of the questions that we really want to dive into. There's a lot of new additional ideas that have been brought up. Again, this is not the scope of work that we would perform. Obviously, would be flexible depending on what input part of this analysis. It would be a team effort. We would be obviously leading that team, but we would be working with both the district and other consultants as needed to be able to give the board the information it needs to make a good decision about whether or not moving on this property would be a good decision. Obviously, the finances are a big component of that. What would it cost? Where could the money come from? One of the other questions that may come up is, well, if we build this school, would we want to close a different school because of foreseen cost just to maintain some of the other sites? So yeah, a lot of items that need to be studied to answer your questions.
Okay, before we bring back to the board, Ms. Gutierrez, could you bring in the public speakers?
Yes, we have 2 speakers for this item. The first one is Christine Clinton.
Seeing this feasibility study on tonight's agenda is just plain sad. It really, truly is tone deaf. You just permanently closed Snow Elementary 2 weeks ago, and you will permanently close Music Elementary in less than 1 year from now. And you want to build a new school? For what purpose? To build up your own personal resumes? To build out the south side of town? Why? That side of town is being covered by Birch Grove. President Zhang has told us more than once how he has walked through Sanctuary Village and was struck by the lack of children in that neighborhood. NUSD has a total of 5 students living in Sanctuary Village. Member Grindle, did you run for office just to see the school come to fruition? For those who don't know, Member Grindle previously worked for the City of Newark as an assistant city manager. He negotiated this land deal, and after promising the community a new school at the developer's expense, all he got the community was a plot of land with an expiration date. Member Grindle said while campaigning that he will support a new school if it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. It will never make sense under these current circumstances. NUSD recently transferred funds from the reserve account to eliminate the structural deficit and achieve a positive certification. There are now less students than when you voted to close Snow and Music. There is no new school fund, so how will you pay for it? Try to pass a bond? I'll start the no campaign. Sell land off? It will take the proceeds of 2 to 3 parcels to pay for the new school. It doesn't make sense to lose up to 3 pieces of property to keep 1. I'll remind you that you have 2 school campuses already built. Try investing in what you already own. It is also more cost effective to bus 5 students to an existing school than to build a new one. This situation should be chalked up to a lesson learned in negotiating a better deal for this community. This isn't the right time to build a school you cannot afford. Please do not approve this feasibility study and waste another $10,500. Thank you. Seeing this feasibility study on tonight's agenda is just plain sad.
Next speaker.
Yes, the next speaker on this item is Cheryl Goble.
The Board of Education voted to close.
So sorry, I record this in advance so I don't stutter too much. Here, let me start it again.
Good evening. In the fall of 2020, the Board of Education voted to close 2 schools, Snow Elementary and Music Elementary, citing declining enrollment and a structural deficit. This decision was heartbreaking and certainly damaged the relationship between the school community and the district. I'm a parent of 2 children at Music, and when the news broke that Music was closing at the end of next school year, there was a meeting between our school community and the superintendent. In that meeting, I discussed with Dr. Triplett about this Area 3 land and told him that there's concern within the community that our schools are only being closed to fund a future school. He assured me that it was not the case and that the district's situation was dire. He went on to explain that while the subject might come up again, there were no plans to develop this Area 3 site. Now, months later, the district wants to spend over $10,000 to run a feasibility study on building a new school in Area 3. What a slap in the face to those of us who are losing our schools. Perhaps instead of a feasibility study to build a new school, you should be considering a study on whether you really need to close 2 schools right now. Music is still open for another year, and there's time for you to save it. As you move forward, please remember to make public perception a priority. When you announced the school closure, you talked about healing, but discussing a new school less than a year after deciding to close 2 of them is no way for us to heal. If anything, it'll create further resentment from the community towards the district, driving more families out of the area. We need a district and a board we can trust. When you say you can no longer afford to keep schools open, we expect that you're being truthful. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Back to the board, Member Grindel.
Yes, thank you, President Chang. Appreciate the superintendent bringing this study forward. That's what this is a study to see if it's if a school is feasible and whether it's warranted. This end of Newark does not have significant capacity for schools. The specific plan done for the mall area envisions adding 2,000 housing units to the mall, and in addition, there's growth in this area. There's other growth in this area. So, not studying the possibility of the school, not looking at the possibility of being able to retain that property would really be a disservice to our residents. If we allow this property to not be studied and not be looked at some point in the future, when we do need a school in this end of the city, where would that land come from? So this issue is not just about what the overall enrollment is of the district, but where the schools are located in relation to where the students are living. So I concur with the superintendent that this is not committing to building a school. It's really doing our duty to analyze the possibility and the need for schools in a careful and scientific way. So I'm fully in support of this idea.
Member Martinez.
Yes, thank you, President Zhang. With regards to a useful life of a school, Mr. Reynolds or Ms. Dela Cruz, I'm sure we probably have some data on that. Are we talking 100 years? Are we talking 50 years? I know it can vary greatly, but we know that we have an aging infrastructure. So I'm just curious to hear if you've got some data points.
Yeah, in general, a school life can be, I'm aware of schools that exist that are 100 years old. Typically every 25 years old, a school goes through a major modernization process to help extend its life an additional 25 years. The times at which we've seen schools no longer be functional can be, due to some major other challenges, or perhaps the design was a type that no longer suits the current educational plan. But yet normally schools can be continued to be functional as long as updates are done on usually on a 20 to 25 year basis.
Thank you. And again, our schools are all built in a kind of a similar area or era. So we're, easily into the 50-year range. I say that because we can't afford to be short-sighted and think about the right now, right? We are building, Newark is changing. I mean, President Zhang knows the stats more than I do, and Member Grindle as well, how many years we went without building in Newark, and all of a sudden this building explosion and more to come. So I think it does behoove us to make sure we do our job as elected officials to make sure that we are vetting and confirming that the current configuration of our school sites still makes sense, right? So again, this is a feasibility study. And as our speakers, share some concerns about their specific area, we don't have the luxury of that. We have to look at the whole. I strongly encourage that we move forward with the feasibility study. It's a minor investment for the potential impact to our overall footprint. On another note, I'd like to address Ms. Clinton's comments. I'm curious, I would like her to reach out to me so we can discuss. I would love for her to enroll her kids in our school. And there's a lot of concerns that she's raised, and I'm trying to understand if these are all trying to help her make a decision to have her kids enroll in our school. So I welcome you reaching out, Ms. Clinton. Thank you.
Member Nguyen?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Reynolds. I just have one quick question. In regards to the feasibility study, will it also include the dependencies of the current agreement with the city and the developer that we have in terms of the parcel, and what would happen to the parcel of land once the school's built? How is that? Will that parcel be deeded over to the district? Would we be able to, would that information be included in your feasibility study? Thank you.
Yes, it would. And it is my understanding, again, I would review the actual legal documents for you, but is my understanding that would become the district's parcel. Again, it's an agreement between the city and the developer, but at the end of the project, it does end up in your hands, is my understanding, but I would review that also.
Thank you.
Okay, so my opinion on this subject is that, I mean, everybody knows that the most precious asset in the Bay Area, and in a bigger extent in any urban center in this country and around the world, is real estate. Not only this is probably real estate in an urban center area is probably the only guaranteed appreciating asset among all the asset class. I think to not considering or just voluntarily willingly give up a piece of land, the most precious asset in the world, is the definition of insanity. I think no responsible person will do that in his personal life. I've never met a single person that said, I want to voluntarily give up a piece of real estate for free. So we're not saying we're going to build a school anyway. I mean, it's a feasibility study. And then there's actually a lot of ways. I think there's just more than one way to actually acquire that piece of land without building a full-scale elementary school. And then the funding mechanism is not limited to a local bond. It can be a land swap. It can be land transfer. It might be also can involve moving an old school to a new location and make that school bigger. I mean, it's not like we're a closing school, just want to build a new school. There's a lot of options and alternatives that we do need to study. And Newark is indeed changing. So that's my opinion on this feasibility study. I don't want to respond on one point. One of the public speakers said that the board, like the public speaker claimed that the board transfer money from reserve in order to get a positive qualification. That was just simply not true. This current board didn't transfer any reserve money to the general fund to get a positive qualification. We declare a previous transfer that happened 6-7 years ago as permanent transfer. That's what we did. This current board have never voted even once to transfer a penny of money from a reserve fund into a general fund just to get balance the budget. I need to make this record straight and make the record clear on this, because there are quite a bit of, I want to say, quote unquote alternative fact going on when it comes to school budget in the online community, in the other community. So that's my opinion. And anybody ready to make a motion?
President Zhang, I'd make a motion to approve the staff recommendation and to study the possibility and the issues involved with the new school.
I second
I get
that.
a second. Motion made by Member Gundel, seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 no. Member Hill descended. You mind? You can choose to explain your opposition or.
Yeah, I think at some point a feasibility study, may be merited. But right now, given our current situation and our current priorities, and especially given declining enrollment, I don't see this as a burning issue. And per the description that was in this agenda item, it says the first building permit was granted on August 8th, 2018. Therefore, school construction would need to commence by August 7th, 2025. So it's 2021 right now. So that means that we have a little bit more time to see how things shake out before we, pull the trigger on this. So that was my perspective, but the rest of the board saw it differently, so that's fine.
Okay. Watching the time, we're approaching the 10 o'clock. I move that we first extend the meeting till 11 p.m. May I get a motion? May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Gundel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Meeting temporarily extended to 11 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Moving on to item 13.8, approval of the 2021-22 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Jun. So I believe the presentation of the LCAP happened at the last meeting during the public hearing, but so I don't think that we need to repeat that presentation, but we do have Ms. Cervantes Falk here available to answer questions, as well as myself and Ms. Dela Cruz and Ms. Pierce Davis. So we're available to answer any questions, but we're not going to repeat the presentation unless you'd like us to.
I believe we do have a public speaker on this item.
That's correct, President Zhang. The speaker on this item is Cindy Parks. You may begin.
Good evening. 2 weeks ago, during the public hearing for the Local Control Accountability Plan, you listened to advisory committee members outline their concerns about the way in which the meetings were run. District administration did not ensure quorum had been met through a roll call for the Brown Act Committee, nor do the minutes reflect who was in attendance. The members were given very little time to provide input, but most importantly, they stated they never saw the completed plan, which would have included an itemized expenditure allocations. Education Code 52062 says, before the governing board of the school district considers the adoption of a local control and accountability plan or an annual update to the local control accountability plan, all of the following shall occur. Number 1, the superintendent of the school district shall present the local control and accountability plan or annual update to the Local Control and Accountability Plan to the Parent Advisory Committee established pursuant to Section 52063 for review and comment. The superintendent of the school district shall respond in writing to comments received from the Parent Advisory Committee. Number 2, the superintendent of the school district shall present the Local Control and Accountability Plan or annual update of the Local Control Accountability Plan to the English Learner Parent Advisory Committee established pursuant to Section 52063. They are also encouraged to submit comments to the superintendent for his response. Not only was this completed plan not presented to the LCAP Advisory Committee, it wasn't presented to the English Learner Committee. Essentially, this education code was ignored. The committee was given time to add questions for the superintendent to his shared Google Sheet. But how do they submit meaningful comments on a plan they haven't seen? If any individual committee member submitted questions, they would be based on a 5-page summary is what they received. I respectfully request you table this item, which prompts the budget to also be tabled. This will allow your administration to convene a quorum of the LCAP Advisory and English Learner Committee members, allowing each committee to review the completed LCAP and comment. The superintendent should then respond to those comments in writing. Once the education code requirements have been fulfilled, then the board can hold a special meeting to approve the 2021-22 LCAP and budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing back to the board, any questions and comments? So I want to start out thanking the staff for making such a big plan for comprehensive plan for next year LCAP. I do have 2 comments on this. Number 1 is obviously we, prior board meeting, one member requested and I seconded a further study on the use of APEX class. I think that will be a focus on the new school year, that how we can reduce rigor of our curriculum going forward, rather than just blindly chasing graduation rate while lowering the standard and the rigor. And another comment I want to make is on our AP exam passage rate. It looks like only 70% of our students taking the AP classes are taking the exam, and around 60% of them are actually achieving a score of 3 and above, which means passing. You look at the average score of our AP exam, breaking down by ethnicity, they're generally 2.8, 2.9, around that stage, around that range. If you have an average score of 3, then by definition, 2/3 of your student, your exam taker are passing. 1/3 of them are not passing if your average is 3. When our average is 2.8, 2.9, that means only 60% of them are roughly passing the AP exam who are taking the exam, which in line to the bigger number. And what's even more worrying is if the average is 2.0 or 2.9, the median is probably going to be 2.5, 2.6. That's the person right in the middle, above 50% of the student and below 50% of the student. So I hope going forward, we can pay attention and put more resources on supporting the passage and the success of our AP exam students, because we don't really want our students to go take the AP classes, ended up not taking the exam, and then or taking the exam and then not passing that. Because if you really look at a number, 70% taking the exam multiplied by 60%, that's 42%. 42% of the people who actually take the AP exam, who take the AP classes, ended up getting a 3 and a plus, 3 and above in the AP exam class. So that, I think that is the area that is definitely worth of a lot of improvement, and that's one of my bigger concerns there. Member Martinez?
Member Hill had his hand before me.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm in agreement. Well, so first of all, I'm in agreement with President Zhang's viewpoint that we really need to focus on academic excellence and integrity, and we can't cut corners. So 100%. But I also agree with the public comment from Ms. Parks that process matters, following the rules matter. and the LCAP, right? So it's local control and accountability, right? So that means something. So input from the community is essential, right? And collaboration and input is not window dressing. And that's been a theme that I've really been pounding, where I feel that oftentimes we approach community input as window dressing. We want the rubber stamp, but we don't really want the involvement. And we had a prior agenda item where we literally had to approve a new agenda or a new roster for the LCAP because there was somebody that was on the original roster that resigned and nobody even caught it. And then it showed up as, you know, a signature on the LCAP. It is not a good look, right? And then to hear comments from in the prior board meeting that, you know, people coming forward from the committee basically saying that they weren't really consulted, that they only saw a 5-page summary at the last, you know, at the 11th hour. That is not, you know, and this document is going to live for 3 years. I think that we need to do a do-over. I understand that there is a time, you know, limit here, but I think that we ought to have the district and staff reconvene that committee, make sure that the processes are followed, that we've got all the members there, that we're taking attendance, we're making sure we have a quorum, we're making sure that they see all the documents, we're making sure that they have an opportunity to provide input, written input, and get written comments back. And then once they can do all that, and I think we can put this on an accelerated time frame, I'm happy to sign up for a special meeting to come in and review and approve this. But until that point, I can't in good conscience do this because it doesn't seem like we've had sufficient and correct public participation in this process.
Member Martinez?
Yes, two things. One, I did want to just really emphasize the points that President Zhang made about not only APEX, for me specifically around AP courses. With regards to the LCAP and the many sets of activities, special initiatives and activities that are scheduled to be done, you know, to really, you know, help our student population that most needs it. I really have had this concern over time around, you know, are we using the best strategies? And most importantly, let's assume that there are good options. What is the real outcome that we're seeing? So typically this LCAP, you know, we kind of see it and it kind of descends on us and then we don't hear about it again. So I think I would like, just as a follow-up to Member Zhang, not only understanding via a study session, you know, kind of the how we're using and leveraging these paths. I'll call them paths. I'm not sure what the correct term is, but whether, you know, credit recovery through APEX or for another group, the AP path. I would like to also understand at some point mid-year, how are we doing? So I know there's a lot that we would like to get updates on this, but this is a theme that we've been talking about for quite a while. So that is something that I would like to see incorporated. I actually would like staff to speak with regards to the process that was followed, because like I said, I had an opportunity to serve on the LCAP a few years ago. So to the extent that you're signed in and you attend the meetings, that's where the content is being drawn up. It's nothing new. So it's you know, to say that we don't get that there's no visibility to the whole, I don't know that that's a fair statement, but I also don't want to misspeak. So if you could please speak to that.
Thank you, Member Martinez. Member Zhang, or President Zhang, would it be okay if we
go ahead. Yeah, please talk about the product, because I'm also interested in product, because if there's really something missing in our process, then I think it might be better to punt this one and then call for a special meeting. We have 2 school boards in a row, 2 school board meetings in a row where we hear people directly from people on the committee talking about certain inadequacy when it comes to process.
Yeah, thank you. So there's been a lot of inaccuracies stated, and just for the record, I don't believe the speaker tonight is on the committee. I could be wrong about that. But I'd like to have Ms. Cervantes Folk to speak to the process and procedures that were followed, because as I said, I think there's been a lot of misrepresentation and statements said that are simply not accurate. Ms. Cervantes Falk, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Triplett, and good evening, board members. And please know that, yes, this has been a conversation that we've been having within our department in terms of, excuse me, how do we improve the process. I want to back up a little bit and just say that we did consult with not only our parent advisory committee, and we also consulted with our district English language advisory committee. I don't have the dates in front of me, but both of those happened in the month of May, and they are listed on our calendar of events. How we consulted with them, just as we consulted with you, excuse me, how we consulted with both DLAC and the PAC, as mentioned by our speaker, and as we presented to you in the last meeting, is we did provide them with an executive summary, or a summary, I would say, of the LCAP goals and actions and services. So the statement about them not seeing the entire LCAP, it's to its entirety, from the annual update to the ELO plan to, you know, from 1920, 2021, and then the new goals, that I would say that statement is correct. However, nothing that's in the LCAP is not new, and it's not anything that had not been brought up by either the Parent Advisory Committee or DLAC, you know, and like we pointed out earlier, our principals having had, you know, input. The other thing that I want to share is that this year, we know that this year was very difficult, as it was for everyone. And we struggled trying to figure out how was the best way to engage our advisory committee in a manner where they would have meaningful input, just like when we did in person, right? So because this is a committee and meetings that are supposed to be happening publicly, as such, we did not have the ability to, let's say, put them in groups like we normally would have done. When I've done this in the past, we would have, you know, breakout sessions or groups where they would have the time to be able to really engage with each other. To that end, that's why we established the Google Sheet, so that in that way, everyone's input or everyone's a common question was made, that we made sure that we captured everyone's input, right, in doing that. Again, had we been in person like we normally do, is like we know that we know that there would have been more collaboration and so forth. So yes, I do agree that, you know, in the past, we've had more engagement, not in the sense of, you know, that we've had many more sessions and so forth, but that the actual meetings themselves or convenings were more engaging because of the fact that we were in person. Now, like I said, moving into the virtual world, then unless I missed something, but I too, like many of us, had to relearn our roles. And so at that point, it was, we can do webinar style so that then the public can be part of and listen and be part of the committee by submitting, you know, comments like we do here in this type of meeting. Or if we do not webinar style, but we do it in just a regular meeting where we can then put our different panelists in groups so that we can have these discussions in meaningful manners and be able to bounce off ideas. But then again, you know, we've seen the challenges when we do that. So
Mr. Cervantes, if I may interrupt. I think what the board is interested in knowing is was all of the correct processes followed?
Yes.
Were the meetings held when they were supposed to be held? Was there minutes? Was there roll call? Was there engagement? Did we fulfill all the obligations of the LCAP process?
As you know, as I understand it, as I've done this before, we followed that. In terms of roll call, again, we've been going back and forth whether this is a Brown Act or it's a Green Act, committee, and the notion being that it's more of a Green Act, but we use Brown Act or we use the Robert rules and all those to maintain the order. So we took minutes, very brief, very, not detailed. Roll call was mainly done by, as they came in, we just asked.
Sorry, Ms. Cervantes, sorry to interrupt. You don't have to explain each one. I think the question is just, were all of these things done? Did we follow all of the requirements? Did we meet all the requirements? I don't think the board needs to know like how. So is that the case, that were there minutes taken? Was there roll call? Did every meeting occur that was required to occur?
Minutes were taken, every meeting occurred. I would say that roll call, there would be questions as to whether that happened.
Okay. Any other?
I'm sorry, the other thing I would not say that we do have the ability to amend the LCAP. And I don't have that in front of me, but there is an EDCO that says that we can amend the LCAP, and it can be done in between the time from when there was a public hearing to the approval, or it can also be done within the year that it's being implemented. And I say that in the sense that because I know that this is also tied to the budget approval and so forth. So there is the piece where if we could move forward, like I said, I think I understand that what's in question right now is the process versus what's the actual in the document. So with that to say that we can move forward with approving with the contingency that we're going to bring it back and review it and and so forth. And I can even consult with our county office for additional details on that. So that is an option.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Cervantes.
So given that I asked the question, so I think that the answer is, were processes followed, right? I think that's the key. And I think my biggest concern, whether we missed the name on a roll call, because I think, whether the minutes capture that, I'm more concerned about, did the committee have an opportunity to understand the whole? Because I think that's one of the concerns I heard.
Right.
And so I just wanted to say that is what I'm gathering. There is always reasons, if we need to change the LCAP. I don't want us to draw a straight line that we are doing, that we're saying that we would do it because we didn't do XYZ process. So I just want to be clear on that. That's what I'm gathering, Ms. Falk, without taking anything else. Thank you, Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, it's reassuring for me to hear that we actually can modify and change the LCAP, because I do plan to call for modification once we did a study session on the APEX, because I do think that's a very important topic, that we should do it, like we should make it a top priority once we come back from recess for the new year.
Yeah, thank you, President John. And we have we've actually absolutely have all intention to be bringing back the Apex question and really doing an in-depth look at that, both as a district and then with the board.
Okay, one last round of comment, Member Hill.
You're on mute.
Sorry. Thanks for the clarification. And again, I know that there's a lot of hard work that's going into this. So I'm not criticizing that at all. But I think that just following the process is very important. And it does sound like, based on your earlier comments, that the committee did see a summary, but they didn't see the full final document. I mean, and I really think that they need an opportunity to do that and to sort of give the blessing before it comes to us. And I think we have some time to do that. Granted, it's on an accelerated basis, but you've got the document, you've got the people. Let's pull them together to have them do the review, send out the questions, and again, make sure that that we've got enough of the people present to to make a difference. Then send it to us, and then I'm happy to come join on an emergency basis to then basically approve.
Any other comments on the board?
Sorry, if I may, President John, just to be clear. So the committee saw a presentation about the expenditures in the LCAP, and then they did see the complete LCAP before it came to this board. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, because we're getting a whole bunch. We're sort of swirling in things that are then becoming assumed truths when they. Just want to make sure that we're all clear on what actually happened.
I've heard directly from members that were sitting on the committee that said that they did not see the full document.
President Zhang, I would like to move to approve the LCAP as presented.
Motion made by Member Martinez. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Second by Member Gundel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 4 ayes, and Member Hill dissented. I think the reason has stated pretty clearly. Did we? Oh yeah, we got a board off. Moving on to 13.9, budget adoption and public hearing reserve disclosure certificate, Superintendent Triplett.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, President John. So this next one is the budget, which was presented last time in public hearing, and Ms. De La Cruz is available to answer any questions. But unless the board wants us to represent, we won't be presenting the budget for a second time.
President Zhang, Member Gundel has a question.
Okay, Member Gundel.
Yes, I just wanted to stress what President Zhang said last time. I do look forward to looking into the Apex issue and addressing that in a separate process. That's a concern of mine, but I don't think it should stand in the way of moving forward at this point.
And actually, my comment on the budget is I will actually much more interested in the first interim than because things, there are so many moving pieces, things can change overnight. So, Member Hill,
you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I would like to move that, given the concerns that were raised in the prior board meeting, that we suspend the Apex funding, so we remove that from the current budget until we've done an investigation into the grand jury allegations, et cetera, around this program. And so I would be in support of approving the budget if we take Apex out, but I don't feel comfortable leaving it in at this point, given the concerns.
I guess, Member Hill, when you say the grand jury, are you talking about the grand jury on Oakland Unified?
Correct. Yeah, correct. In Oakland, correct.
Yeah, because in NUSD, I don't want to give an impression that there's a grand jury investigation into us.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, it was raised in another district.
Yeah. Member Gundel?
Oh, I just was gonna ask this if the superintendent could report on the feasibility of that, whether we could do as Member Hill was indicating.
Yeah, thank you, Member Grindell and Member Hill. So we, in theory, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Dela Cruz, but we could remove that expenditure, I believe. We do have Apex courses, my understanding is this summer. So it would impact students' ability to be taking and passing classes this summer, leading to possible graduation. Ms. Pierce-Safis, you can speak more to that if I'm misspeaking here. But I believe we can do this. It just would have ramifications for our students in summer programs. Ms. Dela Cruz, correct me if I'm wrong about whether or not this could be removed from the budget.
What I would suggest is to include it in our 45-day budget revision. So we could look at that and see the impact of the summer school and what we've used, and make those adjustments in our 45-day budget revision.
Actually, that's actually exactly what I'm thinking. So because we're so close to summer school, pulling the plug right now might not be fair for the student who signed up for APEX Club. But I would want to push for after the summer, starting in August, September, the new school year, we temporarily suspend the APEX class. And like I said, after coming from break in August, this should be our top priority when it comes to looking into the APEX class. And I understand this is, for me, is a very, very tough decision about just, in certain way, it's difficult and painful, but as the board shifts its attention from physical solvency to academic performance, which all high-functioning board does, all high-functioning boards spend most of their time on academic performance. Sometimes to improve our academic rigor and our performance, we might need something like an open heart surgery once in a while. Member Martinez?
Yes, I'd like to voice my strong opposition to removing a line item like Apex. This is a strategy that we've used. Perhaps we haven't been as diligent, perhaps. Right now, there's a bunch of assumptions that folks are making that we're overusing. Again, my opinion is maybe, but I don't have the facts, right? And so we can't just throw out the entire program because you know what? We may be using it appropriately for some of our students. So we've already given direction that we want to have a study session on it to better understand. We want, you know, we as a board are going to have the opportunity to give direction. Once we all understand the process, maybe we can choose to defund, right? But I don't think we know enough right now. And I don't think it would be fair to our students and our administrators and at the high school. So I'm not in agreement that we pull the plug on funding until we do our due diligence and have our study session. Thank you.
Member Nguyen?
I too am in agreement with Member Martinez, and I really appreciate Ms. Dela Cruz's comment in regards to making the revision during the 45-day window. I think that it gives us, you know, enough time to be able to evaluate the current situation with that program, but it isn't, I don't think it is feasible right now to defund that program right now.
So I guess we sort of come to an agreement that we'll keep the summer school APEX going, and once the 45 revision comes, and hopefully we're gonna do our study session on APEX, then after that we'll decide where this is going. Is this in everybody's agreement that we put whatever the defunding of APEX or suspension of APEX into the 45-day revised budget?
I move to approve item 13.9.
I guess, can you add with the anticipation about APEX revision or suspension in a 45-day revised budget?
Okay. I move to approve item 13.9 with the revision of a review of APEX within the 45 window budget review.
May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grindell. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grindell?
I vote yes.
Member Hill,
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carried with 5 ayes. Just like I stated, sometimes making these decisions can be painful and very uncomfortable, but oftentimes you need open heart surgery once in a while. Moving on to item 13.10, contract and purchase order authorized under resolution 2020.21-025. Delegate authority to procure necessary materials, equipment, and service to provide distance and or in-person learning for staff, teachers, and students to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President John. So I'm going to have Ms. Dela Cruz speak on this item. Ms. Dela Cruz.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. So back in April, the board approved a resolution that delegated authority to the superintendent or designee to purchase materials related to COVID and providing distance and in-person learning. And so this is a report on the POs and the contracts that were approved based on this resolution. And they were mostly related to the in-person and reopening needs. So we had approved the contract to do the air balancing on the HVAC, which required two contractors, and then ordering the air purifiers and doing some troubleshooting on the HVAC, and also ordering PPE equipment. So the resolution did include, and we did state to the board that we would be providing this report, so that as we move forward and we use this resolution, that we would let you know what items we approved. So in total, there's 513,000 that were approved under this resolution.
If no other questions, may I get a motion?
Sorry, President Long, we do have a speaker on this item.
Oh, I see, sorry.
Okay. If we can please unmute Eric Tam.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hi, board and Dr. Triplett. Last month, I highlighted the Austin Air HEPA units for 19K when we were reviewing the wards. So today, I wanted to highlight in 1310, Austin Air contractor for 352 units for $160,323.62. From one of my CPRA requests, I understood that NUSD used the $19,050 in last month to purchase 50 units back in late March. Therefore, NUSD purchased a total of 402 HEPA units for $179,373.62. Let's just round that to an even $180,000. Board, the ventilation solution that NUSD used for the last 2.5 weeks of school, in-person school, post the May 18th letter that Dr. Triplett said that he would be removing the ion units. And I believe for the upcoming fall is the solution of choice using HEPA, portable HEPA filters with MERV 9 HVAC systems, cost only $180,000. Let's go back to our bipolar ionization units and installation. $359,945. Let's round it to even $360,000. So based on my understanding, option 1, portable HEPA unit filters recommended by CDC and ASHRAE, and good enough for us to use right now, since for the last 2.5 weeks, cost to $180,000. Option 2 on the table was new emerging tech for double the cost. It was not recommended by ASHRAE as of October 2020 and cost $360,000. Just now, President Zhang said he's concerned about the alt facts that are on these internet groups. President Zhang, I agree. Let's not speculate. Let's get to the real facts and data. Earlier, Dr. Triplett posted that one of my quote unquote burdensome CPR requests was actually for this exact cost analysis. How did the district determine that MVPI solution was the best solution to bring to the board. We can all agree on this fact that HEPA solution right now, based on the invoices, is half the cost of NVPI and is supported by many government agencies. President Zhang and board members, let's work together and make that cost analysis report from last year public, either through a direct request to staff or through investing into the CPRA process where it's available to the public. So thank you for your help.
Thank you. Bring back to the board, Member Hill.
Yeah, thank you, President Zhang. So yeah, I just have a question. So it sounds like these, what are they, HealthMate air purifier units, that they are in lieu of or in replacing the ionization units that were decommissioned. And so I just want to confirm that that's the case. And then I also just want to confirm it because it sounds like, well, I just want to confirm that what due diligence was done just to make sure that we don't, that it's going to be a viable solution going forward, and it's not something that we're going to have to end up scrapping later on, you know. So that's my question.
So Mr. Hill, the air purifiers were not in lieu of the ionization. They were in addition to.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I move to approve item 13.10.
Moved by Member Nguyen. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on, 13.11, attendant to the Chief Business Official Employment Agreement. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President John. So this is the addendum based on the contract for the Chief Business Officer, which states that if there is a change in or a salary increase with another labor partner, that that also will apply to the salary of the Chief Business Officer. So this is bringing forth that to be approved by the board.
May I get a motion?
I move to approve item
Second.
13.11.
Seconded by member, moved by Member Nguyen, seconded by Member Grindel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries unanimously. Not sure I should say congratulations to our CBO or not.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to 13.12, increase superintendent professional growth activities. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you. So as the board knows, in my contract, there's a allotment for professional development and coaching. And this is coming forth because I've reached the $5,000 allotment and am requesting an additional $600 for the remainder of this fiscal year, based on the way that I've been using these funds is for coaching, and there is some final coaching that I'm requesting from the board. So part of the contract states that if there is a situation where there is need for a change, that the superintendent should come forth to and request that with the board for permission.
Any questions from the board, or we're ready to make a motion?
I move to approve.
Member Hill has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have some concerns because the coach, you know, from my understanding and what I've read, and I think that there's been some articles that have been written about this, that the coach is a former superintendent in San Lorenzo, somewhat controversial figure, and had some real issues with basically getting along with the unions there. And given, you know, some of our challenges that we face right now in kind of healing with our own unions, I'm not sure that he's the best choice for coaching at this point. So I think we should take that into consideration.
Member Martinez?
Yes, I just wanted to remind, those that weren't here when Superintendent Triplett was hired and his contract, it's his prerogative to choose the coach that will work for him. So I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
So my comment is, I believe this is 4 more hours of training by the end of June, and based on the contract, the second year, the coaching fee is dramatically reduced from $5,000. So given this is a one-time item of $600 for 4 hours of additional training before the end of the fiscal year, I'm okay to move forward with the increase. So I move to approve the increase the superintendent professional growth activity with $600.
Second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grindel?
I vote yes.
Member Hill?
No.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 4 ayes. Member Hill dissented, and I think he stated the reasons already. Moving on to 13.13, murals at Sheldon Elementary. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President John. So we're very excited that there is a proposal coming forth from for a mural or murals at Schilling Elementary. There is a very well-established muralist who is interested and is willing to do this project free of charge, I believe. And we have Dr. Wendy here, who is can speak more to the mural project and what it would bring to the Schilling community. Hi, Dr. Wendy.
Good evening, members of the board and President Jang. So basically, we are looking for approval today for this mural, hoping to get started over after summer school concludes, so that as soon as our students come back from almost a year and a half of being off campus, they can see these beautiful pictures of stallions, which is our mascot, but also you'll be able to see it on Thornton, which, is a road that a lot of our parents drive and community drive down. So yeah, we're just excited to have this opportunity.
Given that this painting of mural is someone doing it for free for us, we certainly appreciate their volunteer work for us. And I'm ready to approve. Any other concerns from board member? I move that we approve the painting of 2 murals at Sheldon Elementary School to be painted by Illuminary Mural and Design with no charge on the district.
President Zhang, I believe Member Hill had a comment.
Oh, Member Hill?
Yes, can we also have like a hand sign for the stallions? Like, I don't know if it's like that or if we, I'm just teasing. Thank you.
Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. I definitely, on behalf of the board, I want to thank Illuminary Mural and Design for their work, volunteer work for our district.
Thank you.
Consent calendar personnel report. I move that we ratify the personnel report as presented. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grindel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Moving on to consent calendar, I do have questions on item 15.2, 15.5, and 15.6. So I will move that we approve item 15.3, services agreement between Newark USD and Bayside, 15.4 Resolution 2020.21-033 Education Protection Act, Use of Funds 2021-22. Item 15.7 Resolution number 2020.21-036 Signature Card Board Members. 15.8 Resolution number 2020.21-037 Signature Card Authorized Agents Official Documents and Report. 15.9 Resolution number 2020.21-038 Signature Card Authorized Agent Payroll Warrants and Disbursement. 15.10 Donations Report. 15.11 Warrant Report for May 2021. 15.12 Minutes of the June 3rd, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of Education. May I get a second?
Sorry, to interrupt President Zhang, just so I
Yeah.
can make sure I have the motion correct. Can you please just state the items that will be removed?
15.2, 15.5, and 15.6.
Thank you.
Can we add the warrant report 15.11? I just
Okay.
had a couple of questions about that.
Okay, 15.2, 15.5, 15.6, and 15.11. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindal? Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Superintendent, do you mind reading the donation report 15.10?
My pleasure. Thank you. Let me just pull it up here. Okay. So for donations from this June 17th, $120 for Newark Memorial High School from the Blackboard Giving Fund, PG&E, and this is a principal donation. $280 for Newark Junior High School. This is also the Blackboard Giving Fund from PG&E and is a principal donation. $500 for Newark Memorial High School. This is from Stephen McCarty, and it's for the band and music program. $30.22 for Newark Unified School District from Amazon Smile, and that is it's general for the Newark Unified School District. And then $1,000 for Newark Memorial High School. The donor is the Newark Memorial PTSA, and that's for the senior event class of 2021.
Thank you, Superintendent. And one of the items sounds really familiar to me, which is the last one, Newark Memorial PTSA senior event class of 2021. That is, I think there's an online Facebook fundraising event that I think many of us, myself included, actually contribute to that fundraising. That just never anticipate this today. This will come back to the board. Okay. So watching the clock, I move that we'll extend the meeting till 11:30. Hopefully we don't need to go that late. May I get a second? Seconded by Member Grindal. And I heard him in the room, he was on mute.
I seconded.
Seconded by Member Grindal. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
She stepped out for a second.
Oh, I see. Member Grindal, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Martinez, just to let you know, we're voting on extending the meeting to 11:30. How do you vote?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Meeting extended to 11:30. Coming back to 15.2, I guess my question for 15.2 and 15.5 and 6 are actually together, because given my time of more than 2 years on the board, I don't think we've ever done anything like this. I understand this is sort of a formality, but I still want to know what this is all about. Superintendent Triplett, or you want?
Yes, Ms. Dela Cruz, could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, on 15.5 and 15.6, these are annual resolutions that we do at the end of the year. So it allows us to do our budget transfers for our year-end closing in the event that, let's say we get invoices that maybe have been coded to the wrong account, and then we have to transfer money from another budget line item. And same thing for the 15.6, which is for the following year. If there are any budget adjustments or budget transfers that need to be done, this provides us that authority.
So are you saying that actually in the past 2 years, every year we all voted on this?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's usually within the same category. So for example, if there was $1,000 budget for books and supplies, and maybe we need more funds in a computer account that's still within those 4,000 object codes.
Yeah,
Then
okay.
we would transfer between those accounts. Or
What
let's
about what about 15.2, the Alameda County inter-district transfer MOU?
Oh, okay, 15.2. I believe Ms. Pierce can speak to that one.
Yeah, so 15.2 happens every 5 years. It happens in conjunction with all of the districts in Alameda County. So they all come together. It's called the Student Services Council, along with legal representation from the county as well as legal from some of the districts. They come together every 5 years, create agreements for inter-district transfers. And so you would not have seen this in the last couple of years because this happens every 5. There are no major changes to what already exists, except for we do want to recognize that given virtual academies are somewhat new, there might be a need for an amendment with, again, all of the districts in the county coming together.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that makes sense, that because I've never seen 15.2 ever in the past 2.5 years. I guess for 15.5 and 15.6, I am just getting forgetful as I'm aging. Member Hill?
Yeah, regarding 15.2, I just want to make sure I understand. So is this calling for that if another district wants to transfer a student into our district, that they will automatically be transferred into our district? Is that what this MOU does?
No, it sets the guidelines for what can merit an inter-district transfer. And what it does is it sets agreements so that all of the districts within the county are sort of playing on the same playing field.
But we still have control over whether we decide to accept a transfer in or not.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'll move that we approve 15.2, 15. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve these 3 items. I move we approve 15.2 Alameda
President
County.
Jean, if I may, sorry, just for the sake of clarity, since these items were pulled, it's can we just go one at a time?
Okay, that's fine. I move that we approve 15.2 Alameda County inter-district transfer MOU. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Grindel. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Grindel?
Vote yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. I move that we approve 15.5 Resolution 2020.21-034 budget transfer for 2020-2021 year end. May I get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries unanimously. I move that we approve 15.6 Resolution 2020.21-035 budget transfer for 2021 to 2022 new fiscal year. May I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. How do you vote, Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is as well. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to Warrant Report 15.11, Member Hill.
Yeah, so since I'm new, right, I'm still learning what we spend money on. And so I just look through and I have a couple of line items, and I'm hoping that if I just call out the line item that Ms. Dela Cruz could just tell, or you could, I'm not picking on you, Ms. Dela Cruz, but I'm just hoping you could give me the one, or somebody could give me the one sentence description of this is what this is. And so can you tell me what, is it EdSped Solutions is? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, EdSped Solutions is a contract that we have with our special ed department, and
Okay.
we contract out for different services.
Okay, all right, and Stepping Stones?
Stepping Stones, that sounds like software or some sort of, let's see, contracted teacher. Oh, that too is also special ed.
Okay, all right. UC Regents?
UC Regents. Oh, that's the contract that we have with the Bayside.
Oh, okay, 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 all right. Think Together?
Oh, that's our after school education grant. And they're
Okay.
our contractor that provides that service.
Okay, and TSA Consulting?
TSA Consulting, oh, that is our third-party administrator. They manage all of our annuities for
Okay.
our employees.
Okay, all right. So Ms. Dela Cruz,
You like
you were looking worried, but you named that tune in 5 questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the warrant report for May 2021.
I second.
Seconded by Member Nguyen. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Grindel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries with 5 ayes. Board of Education Committee reports. Mission Valley ROP. Member Martinez? Mission Valley ROP.
Sorry. Nothing new to report since the last meeting.
Nothing.
Sorry. I think at the last meeting, I may have already reported we had approved the budget for ROP, MVROP with a positive. Yeah, that was kind of the main item.
Nothing for SELPA. What about the liaison committee?
The liaison committee is going to meet on June 28th, Monday, June 28th,
I see.
from 5:30 to 7:30. So in July, we will have an update for you.
EBIC.
I'm sorry, in August, we'll have an update for you.
EBIC, Member Martinez. Anything from EBIC?
Sorry, nothing. No.
Audit committee?
Nothing to report.
Bond parcel tax, probably nothing. Board of Education request, Member Martinez.
Yes, thank you, President Zhang, for opening the meeting with a recognition to just such an important and extraordinary woman that did so much for our students and just really for the community in general. And I'm speaking of Vivian Larson. And not only is she this folk hero and she really lived every descriptor that you've heard out from people, from folks and you've read, she really was that person and hero for our students and our families. I was fortunate enough to call her such a close and personal friend. And one thing that a mutual friend said about her is that Vivian was the kind of person when you met her, you immediately knew you were family. And I don't think you'll find anyone that'll disagree with that. And I just want to, really encourage all of us to get beyond ourselves and really follow her spirit. assume positive intent, and let's get working for our kids, right? Let's fix the problems when the problems arise. Let's not go looking for problems that may or may not be there. You know, I wish you could be here and say all these things herself, and she would say it in this super energetic voice and just get you riled up and excited. And I just wanted to say that, you know, many of us loved her, and we commit to really following in her footsteps and doing the work to help our kids. And to that end, my long-winded request is that we, and I will give credit to our prior board member, Mr. Rodriguez, recommending that we fly the flag at half-staff at Newark Memorial, which is just what's in her heart. And sorry, and just sharing how important it was to her. I saw her about 2 weeks before she passed. And just knowing how important Newark Memorial was, I bought her a cougar, a little stuffed cougar. And her son shared, you know, how important, and that she kept it with her the whole time. So what a story of commitment to our kids and our community. And I hope we really internalize that and know that that's the job that we have at hand. So I formally and humbly request that we fly the flag at half-staff at Newark Memorial.
Thank you, Member Martinez. Member Grindel, any requests?
No requests.
Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, President Zhang. So 2 requests. One was referenced earlier. So I'd like to request that when we come back from the July break, that at some point in the future that we have a special meeting, we maybe bring in CSBA and they give us some guidance on resolution practices and kind of the best practice options and best practices, et cetera, to sort of inform our, you know, processes going forward. So that's the first request. And then the second request is, and it's not an urgent thing, but again, sometime after the break, I think that in our board policies that I shouldn't say policies, our protocols, that we a member can come forward and, you know, have sort of an exploratory topic. And I'd like to, you know, maybe have, you know, whether it's a study session or whatever, a discussion, and I'm happy to provide information on that, on SMART goals, and how you can bring in the SMART framework, you know, and that we could, you know, maybe talk about that, discuss that, and talk about how we might apply it to the various programs that we're bringing forward or current programs that are running, and how we can bring in measurements and, you know, be able to track progress. So those are my 2 requests.
Thank you, Member Hill.
And consensus first?
I think let's first put on to the agenda, and then we'll that Member Hill made the case in the regular board meeting.
Sorry, can you provide clarity on what you're asking then?
I mean,
one of the requests was to bring in a CSBA facilitator.
Well, we're gonna have a special meeting at the end of this month where we will have a CSBA facilitator. And is that going to be conflicting with your request, Member Hill? Because there will be a facilitator.
Yeah, I think this would be in addition to that. I mean, I think it would be a separate discussion.
Member Martinez?
Well, this is not really a discussion, but so I apologize for weighing in, but I think there's President Zhang, perhaps as a starter before we invest, you know, the use of resolutions to give board direction is a fairly standard practice. So perhaps we can just get some written material and send out to the rest of the board. What we are doing is right in line with normal course of business. And so I would like to recommend that we go there before we invest in additional resources on this topic.
I agree with Member Martinez.
I'm also in agreement with Member Martinez.
Well, then I guess we don't really have a consensus here. And Member Hill, can you name your second request? I sort of missed the second request.
Well, so just a question, if we're going to be providing materials, are these coming from CSBA?
There's plenty of materials on CSB. I'm sure you've taken the time to go through their policy section. But yes, we have access to
Well, so
to all
you're
those materials.
you're
So that
offering
would-
an alternative path. So, and the reason I'm asking for a session is because I'm not aware of CSBA's best practices. So I'm hoping that if we can't have a session, that somebody takes the lead in providing that to the board, including me.
That was my recommendation to President Zhang, so I'll leave it in his capable hands.
Okay, so you know that let me contact Deb, our CSBA, whatever, our trainer, and then I'll ask her to provide the material to all of us. And Member Hill, I sort of missed your second request. What was your second request?
So the second request is in our protocols, right? We have a section, I don't remember what the section is, where if a board member has a particular topic that, you know, they're interested in and that they want to, you know, share information about and talk about with the board, that you can carve out, you know, an agenda item to do that, maybe a study session. And so I'd like to see if we could have a study session on how to basically start to introduce a framework for measuring things and really measuring programs or any type of goal that we have. And a pretty common framework is called the SMART framework, and it stands for specific, measurable, actionable, or I'm sorry, attainable, realistic, and time bound. And I think that if we were to look at that and start to apply that to a lot of our programs, that I think that we would see definitely increased effectiveness. So I'd like to share more of that information about that with the board and kind of get their input and thoughts on that.
So my opinion is that I will actually first want you to present this to the rest of us in a regular board meeting before we spend staff time. Since you propose this, I'll be curious to see that the thing that you will present to us. I don't know the precedent for this and how are we going to structure this, but given the board does have the sole discretion about how we conduct our meeting in the public, yeah, maybe we can schedule a meeting where just one item about board internal presentation or board like public knowledge sharing or something, where you can be prepared to be the co-host on that meeting and then share the rest of the thing with us. And we'll go from there.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's not a problem. I mean, I can be flexible, so I can give you kind of the, you know, the high level summary, and then we can decide if it, you know, makes sense to explore further.
Okay. Member Nguyen?
To get clarity, is this going to go on a future agenda as agenda item?
Yes, this will not
Board
require
requested agenda item.
this will not require staff time
Okay,
because
thank you.
it will be Member Hill presenting for himself.
Correct. And it's not something that needs to happen like right, you know, yesterday. So it's
I will say that's wait for the apex, and then after
sure,
that we
absolutely.
And remember, we also have a special board meeting after the break where we will be developing the goal for the next year. That will happen in August or September. So that's a must-have meeting. Member Nguyen?
I have no requests. Thank you.
I also don't have any requests. Moving on to Board of Education recognition and announcement, Member Martinez.
Yes, I wanted to, you know, I was thinking about, we've been giving a lot of thanks to a lot of people, and a lot of people are very deserving. So I just, you know, the fact that we haven't mentioned everyone doesn't mean we're not grateful. But I really wanted to call out a special thank you to Mr. Dolowich for all the work that he's done, obviously prior to the crazy time, but even, you know, really working closely with his new superintendent, kind of being the you know, the person that kind of linked with so many changes in administration. And I know he worked tirelessly. Obviously now, you know, we've got Ms. Pierce on, but you know, he carried a really important workload. And I think he, at least feedback that I heard, and just my sense as well, kind of playing the parent side, he really brought a lot of credibility, a lot of the engagement, not only with our staff, but also with the parent community. So I just wanted to really just to quote you, Superintendent, using your words, lift the topic up or lift him up and I'm just really, really happy and feel really fortunate that he is part of our team. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Martinez. Member Grindel.
I want to thank all the staff for all the hard work they've done. In addition, I want to recognize Vivian Larson. She was I can't speak as eloquently as Member Martinez about this. However, she was a friend of mine, and she was so dedicated to this community. She was a powerful advocate for our community, and she served both the school district and the Ohlone College with such diligence. And we're going to miss her very much. And just wanted to recognize what she did for our community. That's all.
Thank you, Member Grindel. Member Hill.
Yeah, so echoing Member Martinez, yeah, I really enjoyed the presentation from the design team on the school merger and Ariel's comments. I mean, really everybody's comments, but definitely want to give a shout out to Ariel. And then also since we've also had various people on the dais today, or however you want to call it, but want to also show appreciation for Ms. Dela Cruz, which I think we've also confirmed in different ways. So, but thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Member Hill. Member Nguyen.
I too would like to take the time and opportunity to thank staff for all their hard work, tremendous work this year. I know that it's been difficult and you have been really tasked with difficult things, and we have achieved a lot. And granted, we can't always make everyone happy, but I have to say that what was thrown at us this year and what we've accomplished is a lot, because moving forward, as you've known for the last couple of years, and I've been only on the board for a short period of time, but the focus has always been the fiscal impact of the district. And to see that we can now really start to focus and make some positive changes on academics and putting more focus on that and spending more time on that. I'm really excited for the next year for us to be able to shine a light on those topics and really, strive for the excellence that we want for our students. So I'm really hopeful about that. And that's due to all the hard work that staff has done. So wonderful job to our executive team and also to our teachers. And I am totally in agreement with Member Martinez. Mr. Dolowich, did a tremendous job, and he helped out a whole lot this year and was very helpful to the superintendent. I'm very positive of that. So thank you, Mr. Dolowich. And then lastly, I just wanted to pay my respects to Ms. Vivian Larson. And I unfortunately only got to know her briefly and was really hoping that would be able to get to know her after the pandemic, but such is life, right? So condolences and love to Vivian Larson's family, friends, and all those that have been impacted by her work, her perseverance, her commitment to excellence, her dedication to students and advocacy, and her legacy. So love to everyone who has been touched by Ms. Vivian Larson. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. I want to echo all the board members about their appreciation of the hard work our staff has put into this. Is unprecedented and very tough year. And I want to circle back on the great woman that we lost a week ago, Vivian Larson. So when the board had a vacancy more than 2 years ago, I got a call from Vivian telling me that she almost forgot that I live in Newark, and she encouraged me to apply for the school board. So without her encouragement, I wouldn't be sitting here as your board president. So I think she will be missed immensely by the people who know her. In 2 days, we're going to celebrate Juneteenth, which just became a federal holiday. And in next month, early July, we'll be celebrating Independence Day. So given these two holidays, I think I should spend some time to pay tribute to our great country, given the current environment, and many of you hear from the media or from any other means of communication. Particularly, I want to speak directly to the children and the young people in our community about how great our country really is. We are indeed the greatest country on earth. And the biggest privilege on planet Earth is to be an American, to be a US citizen. I can still remember that after immigrating to this country, my parents once told me that they expect me to be more successful than they are, not because I work harder than they do, not because I'm smarter than they are, because I am American. And this country continues to attract the best and the brightest people from all over the world, because we are indeed a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill. No other country even comes close to that. The fact that millions of marginalized people are desperate to come to our country is another living tribute to the vitality of our democracy and the enduring promise of our land. You can see the vitality of our democracy and the promise of our land just on our school board. Our country is about a farm girl of Mexican descent who can grow up to attend the finest public university on earth and become the elected school board member of her hometown. Our board is about a refugee from Vietnam, abandoned by her biological motherland and adopted by her new motherland, America, who can grow up and serve as the vice president of her local school board. Our country is about a Chinese father who needs to work in the back kitchen so one day his son can sit in front of you as the president of the local school board. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not your opponent, not your critics, and certainly not any disingenuous political pundits who will make you believe that America is a fundamentally flawed country. That is not the case. So happy birthday, America. Happy Independence Day. Superintendent Triplett, your conclusion remark.
Thank you, President John. Wow, that's hard. That's a hard act to follow. But I did want to say two things. One is I wanted to apologize to the board and the community regarding the LCAP. I misspoke earlier. I was under the understanding that the PAC meeting that occurred on a Tuesday was then followed up with a sharing of the LCAP plan on that same Friday of that week. But staff has informed me that that did not happen, that the plan was shared on the following Monday with the whole public. So I apologize for misspeaking. That was not accurate of me when I said that. And then I too want to speak briefly about dear Vivian Larson. She was actually, I believe, one of the first people that I met in coming to Newark. She reached out to me with her usual incredible positivity, her energy, and her spirit. And she's been checking in with me and supporting me ever since. And so I haven't known her nearly as long as most of you, but in the short time that I've been here, she has always been there with me. And so Vivian, rest in peace and rest in power.
Superintendent, can you talk about the memorial service, the time?
Yes, I believe there's a service on the 25th. And Ms. Gutierrez, do you have the time of the service?
No, I don't have the exact details. It is June 25th, and I was told that if there were, if anybody's interested in additional details, to just contact me, and I will put them in additional contact with additional details.
Okay. That's it, Superintendent Triplett?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I move that we adjourn the meeting. May I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Martinez. Member Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Gundel?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Meeting is adjourned at 11:19 p.m. in the profound memory of the late high school counselor and trustee of Ohlone College for Vivian Angelica Larson. Thank you for sticking with us for this late, and good night, everybody.
Good night.